thought you checked them.
I did.
One of them's got 11 minutes left. What about all the others are alright?
That one doesn't say. Hasn't got, it's hardly got any information, got a pause on it, that's all. So.
Shall I pull them all up so we go and get the cards and pull? Stuff I'll fit onto.
I've got more cards. But it's just knowing how many cards we need in the batch. Don't know how many cards
One
we
over
need.
there's got an hour on it. Far back one.
I've made that kind of line.
That much like, isn't it?
Alright, practice final underway. You've got 10 four-wheel drive drivers are all here. This weekend in Austria, gonna battle out in the three-way. Whoa. Excuse me. civils. Two down, three to go, two down, three to go. Civils, watch these civils.
Möchte gern Teamfahrer. Doch, gern. Das ist aber wegen mehr, weißt du? Großes Hacker noch. Kann in die zweite Reihe stehen.
This corner, you can see it with your perspective from where you are as to what may or may not happen. So we only do the names in the three hours. I will stand here somewhere.
One referee more is better than one referee less. So 6 eyes see more. So
I always do the same back home with the 8 hours. I will stand on the other side of the track to one referee so that I see the different perspective.
So I have for the start, so maybe I can my camera show at this curve. So I cannot from my camera the whole track. So I have it only for the start, for the first 2 and for the first 3 corners. That maybe when it happens something, we can show it.
So I'll stand here.
Yeah. Again. So the media was very good for the last final. So
Okay, there you go, guys.
We had 3 icons. We had 3 icons.
yeah. Yeah.
But okay, Stefan is very happy about this. Okay, and David was for me clear, so I know him from 1.8 Nitro Buggy, and he's a very strong driver, and he's also young, so normally he can drive. He can be something But I think the finals, so two-wheel drive was very easy for us, but I think this is a little bit closer. So you see how many drivers are going 10 rounds. So you can pick up 3 meters a lap if you want. And he has the competition from the IC from the 1.8 that he can drive 4-wheel drive. So you see, he had so many problems with the 2-wheel drive. How you count? 126.
Nice open. Just go. Come on, big finalist. Just go. Track is open. I expect no penalties for running in the wrong direction. He got the cars here for the final. I'm sure for the practice run. Now guys, it's just free swing in here. Yeah, they want to race. All right, JQ out front, leading the way. Custom paint job stayed up all week painting that body. In second. Here's the B-final. These guys all definitely could have made the final. Oh, wow, man, Ben getting the worst of that one. JQ, all the way from the front to the back. It is Patrick Hoffman out of the Patrick rolls it over. Marshall gets hit. Marcus, you alright? Dixie out of the lead. Palmer is second. Martin Octor right behind him. Former world champ sitting in third. To the backside, triple go. Ricky Hoffman, Octor. Oh, Martin go to the inside. Can't do it. Over the bridge. Good race up front. To the triples. Nobody doing triple. Double single frame. Oh, that's inside line. Here holds on the lead. After got to run over the tabletop. Casey keeps the door closed. Offer trying to throw to the inside. Backside triple. Whoa, he got it! No! Casey slams the door, doesn't let him by. Offer trying to go to the outside. Oh, here it is. Hopper muscles his way to the inside. Casey takes it right back. Doesn't want it to straightaway. Down the straightaway. See the back to Dan Martin. Long Casey wing high. Offer right behind him. Here comes Octor now, closing in on second spot. On the backside triple, Octor to the inside. Oh! Too much horsepower. Got it sideways. Offer gonna hold on to the two spot. 1 minute to go. Oh! People get their third off the lead now. Casey holding on the lead. He's in practice. Yeah! You gotta love it. Ricky out front. Octor. Fourth spot. Casey Strong starting to get in the mix. We got 35 seconds to go. Both up on that curve. Over the bridge one more time. 30 seconds to go. Oh! Hopper rolls it over. Martin Octor out of the two spot. Strong gonna move up to third spot. 19 seconds to go. Last lap. Here, Martin Octor second. 5 seconds to go. Give me the drop. Peter trying to hang on. That is time. Oh, you gotta go for the triple here at the end. Come on. That is time, driver. System like you're on. Oh, we're having a good time here at the European Championship. These main boys having fun in their practice run. Good job, guys. Everybody having a good time here at the EFRA Championships. Okay, now up is it's serious time now as we get ready for our first final. It's arcade final to start time up.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2012 Electric Off-Road European Championships. We are live here in Ferring. It's a very good morning. Thank you everyone for joining us here at EFRA.ws or rcracing.tv. I'm Ollie Meggett up here in the commentary box, and we will be with you all the way through the main finals today, running right up and through until, well, currently scheduled to finish about 1 o'clock local time here in Austria. Now, because of a very uncertain weather forecast, we've had to rejig the time schedule all around for the whole week of the event. And what would normally be today for 2 rounds of qualifying, the last 2 rounds of qualifying and the main finals, we should have had 3 rounds of qualifying yesterday, but we've had quite awful weather forecasts for all of this four-wheel drive portion of the event. And therefore, what they did was rejig the schedule and pushed all of the qualifying to yesterday. So there were 5 rounds of qualifying scheduled for yesterday. The rains did come yesterday, and we only got 4 rounds completed. They haven't rescheduled that 5th round, so the results stand on the 4 rounds that were completed yesterday. And then they're just running the finals this morning because we do have more poor weather scheduled for later this afternoon. So the aim is to get all those finals finished by 1 o'clock, which means they're all done before it starts raining here in Ferring. So we are live here at the track. If you've been watching online for the last few minutes, you'll have seen the guys up for their practice run this morning. Normally drivers don't always get a practice run for the finals, but they want to run a practice round first thing in the day just to groove the track back in, give everyone a chance to relearn the track, because we've had some rain, so very uncertain weather conditions. Let everyone feel the track out and see what that's like.
It's not an earthquake.
There's not actually an earthquake going on at the moment. We're just having all our camera team getting into position, ready for today's action, and Paul's making his way up. There we go. Paul is up there on the gantry for the main camera today. You're watching it live at EFRA.ws. You can see the wonderful facilities here in Ferring. That is the impressive driver stand. Driver's got an excellent view across this demanding circuit. Now, just to give you an idea of the timetable for today, we're going to start the first of the finals at 10:15, and that will be the K final out first. The first A final scheduled for just after 10:30 local time here in Austria. The second A final around 11:30, and the last A final around 12:30, 1:45. Obviously, we may drop a little bit behind the time schedule depending on how quickly we can get turned around between the races, but fingers crossed, that's the time I'm aiming for. So if you want to write them down and make sure you're here for at least the A finals, but if you can join us and stay with us all day, we'll have loads of stuff going on for you here in Ferring. We're hoping to talk to some of the drivers live on this stream as we go through the day. But for the moment, we can just have a look around this wonderful track here in Ferring. Very hot this morning as we left the hotel this morning. It was already over 20 degrees, and now we're scheduled to be over 28 by midday. So we'll have a little look around. Hopefully Paul can move the camera up and we can have a look at the sky and the surroundings of this facility. We can see, yeah, nice. Well, it looks a bit dull out there, and there are some clouds gathering, but it is bright and sunny here in Austria. A few white puffy clouds around the track, and you can see from those flags at the far side of the track, no wind at the moment. Wind was a big factor in that second A final in the two-wheel drive event earlier in the week. And Matt McCallum just joins me up here in the commentary box moment. Hello, Matt. How are you doing this morning?
Hello. I'm just thinking how typical the weather is. Paul, section chairman Paul Worsley, came into our media compound this morning and said, obviously, hindsight is a great thing, because if he'd have known it would have been like this, we would have probably run the 5th round of practice this morning, qualifying this morning. But of course, you know, the weather is always going to be against us.
It is, and if you've been following RC Racing TV's coverage of the previous years of this event, Matt and myself have been at the track in 2010 and 2011, and both of those were hit with horrific weather conditions. I think the first year when we were in Vienna here in Austria, we got 2 rounds of qualifying in the four-wheel drive event, and last year in Powell we managed to get 3 rounds in. So this year it's 4. So if you stay with us for another year, hopefully next year we'll be back up to the full set of 5 rounds of qualifying. But that's a year away. We don't even know where we're going to be in a year's time. But this is the first EFRA event of the summer, the main Euros taking place. And Paul, looking around there, you can see that white marquee there. That houses about half of the drivers here pitting. And I can tell you, it's in the two-wheel drive event, it wasn't pleasant to be in there. It was very, very hot, over 30 degrees. And there, behind the rostrum, you can just see the other pit building, which houses the other half of the drivers' pitting area. Drivers here, of course, pitting by country rather than by team. As we see at some of the events, so hopefully getting the nationalities together and having a really good atmosphere in the pits, it has to be said, around here in Ferring. We had a wonderful drivers' party after the two-wheel drive event. Paul Worsley again said it was the biggest gathering of drivers he's seen in the 20 years he's been involved in EFRA and electric buggy racing. So really good to see a fantastic atmosphere here. All the drivers really getting involved in it, and yeah, it's been a really good week. And we're hoping for one last day. 3 exciting A finals certainly are on the cards. And as we say, we're going to send Matt off into the pits and see what he can find at the moment. But say the first A final scheduled for just after 10:30 here local time. Now, if you do want to get involved throughout all of today, we've obviously got lots of time to fill. So if you're watching us on the live feed, please feel free to comment on that. You can send me a tweet at RCRacingOllie. Find me on Twitter there. I will try and read out as much of the stuff as we can. We do try and read everything we get in. Sorry if we can't read all of the messages out, but we do read them all through here. And Matt, you got some comments to make from what we've seen on the live feed already?
Well, I'm just going to say it's not too late to vote for your favourite. Who's your favourite to win it on rcracing.tv? Lee Martin was the early favourite, but I can say now that Jorn Newman is definitely the RC Racing TV viewers' favourite to win this, followed by Lee Martin. But you know, Jorn's definitely becoming more and more solidified as the one that people think has had it in him to take this.
Yeah. So if you have been now watching our coverage all week, at EFRA.ws, we did a video on the first day of practice here in Austria, and all of us, Matt and myself, picked our favourites for the win. And well, we picked our podium potential, and then we each had a wild card pick. And I'm pleased to say that of the 6 drivers we mentioned, all 6 are at least in the A final. So rather than previous years where I picked a fast 5 and at least one of them hasn't even made the main, we've got a good chance of getting it right this time, haven't we?
We have, although our wild cards aren't particularly popular. Everyone's got the confidence in them. Darren, shall I give you the actual stat?
Yeah, let's have a look. Well, bear in mind, so Matt got the first wild card picked, and he went for what we thought was going to be a fairly safe option. He picked the second place finisher from the two-wheel drive event, David Ronnefeld. And how's David doing in the poll?
He's 8%. 8% of people think that he's the favourite to win. So
not a great backing for David there. Now, I couldn't decide between the 2 TLR drivers, Darren Bloomfield and Miguel Matthias. How are they doing in the poll? Are they up in front of David at least?
No, not at all, no.
Oh dear.
Behind him is Darren Bloomfield. Only 2% of people think that he's going to take the championship. And Miguel, even lower than him, 1%. The thing I don't know if I'm shocked or not, but Hooper wasn't a wild card, was he? We had him as our
I think
contenders to the podium was the feature, so we actually picked 3 to get the podium. And
Hoopo, yeah, was definitely a favourite. I mean, electric bug racing, he's surely always up there challenging for at least the podium, probably the win.
Yeah, but only 7% of people, so it would seem that people think Ronnefeld's more likely to make the podium. Podifum?
Podifum.
Yes.
We're creating brand new words here in the media centre.
The Ronnefeld Podifum. Yeah, so he's a long way behind and a bit downhearted yesterday.
Well, there's certainly still time to change that, and please get online and vote in that poll, and don't wait until after someone's already won it from the A finals before getting a vote. And go on there and vote, and we'll keep you updated with how that's looking as we move throughout these finals here in Austria. Now, let's bring you up to speed with how they're going to line up on the starting grid. I think that would be a useful thing for us to do. Now, we had 4 rounds of qualifying. We counted the best 2 scores using the round-by-round points system, and that gave the pole position to Jorn Newman. He TQ'd 3 of the rounds of qualifying. Second on the grid will be Lee Martin from Great Britain. Third, another British driver, Darren Bloomfield. Darren TQ'd third round of qualifying, so one of my wildcard picks there, doing very well, but not popular with the viewers at home. So if you like Darren and think he can get the win from third on the grid, get online and vote. Paul Bradby, another Brit, fourth on the grid. Good run from Paul. Had not a great two-wheel drive event by his standards. Still made the main, but yeah, looked very downhearted, and then really stepped it up. Had a second and a fourth in the rounds yesterday, so really got some pace in his four-wheel drive buggy. Hoopo Honigel down in 5th place on the grid. That's well, let's put it this way. Hoopo starting 5th on the grid was a massive surprise for all of us, I think, and you could see the disappointment when we spoke to him yesterday. He wasn't happy about being 5th on that A final grid. Neil Cragg starting on 6th, David Ronnefeld on 7th, Miguel Matthias 8th, Tom Cockrell 9th, and Stefan Pfeifhofer in 10th place. Now, this could be quite interesting because we haven't spoken to Stefan all week, because we picked out a list of about 10 or 15 drivers we thought were going to make the A final, and he wasn't amongst those. So we've got a few big names not making the main. JQ down in 14th place. Martin Actor, former world champion, in 16th. Who else we got down there? Peter Pinish, 19th place qualifier. Not great for Peter Pinish there. And we will be, we've got a feature coming out very soon with Peter Pinish where he, before he had his poor run of qualifying, we filmed him out there and he's done an off-board, on-board lap. And you'll see that very, very soon. And we'll play that into the live stream here. The cars you can see coming out on track now are for the K final, the first proper final of the day. Remember, it's one final for everyone, apart from the A finalists, who get 3 finals. So for these guys, it is their one and only chance to race hard here on this Ferring circuit. Matt, looking out the window.
Let's take a look at Peter Pinish. He's currently on the straight. He's marshalling on the straight in the customary high-vis jacket.
Yeah, so Peter out there for his marshalling position on the left-hand side of the straight.
There we have him.
So you can see him on camera there.
Composed Peter.
Yeah, he's modelling that jacket very, very well.
Yeah. Got the hand on the hip. Yeah.
Look at the way he wears that hat.
He looks like a man.
Can we do a feature on hats next time?
We are. Well, yes. We have to wear many hats. JQ has to wear many hats in his particular operation, and so do we.
Oh, that's a clever segue there.
Yes.
Yeah. So, we all have many hats here, and if you'll see us walking around the track, then you'll see the many hats we get to wear. Baseball cap's very popular in electric off-road racing, it seems.
I've just attempted to boost our levels for Andy Griff. Let us know if it sounds all right with you. How's my levels? Let us know, a bit like a sticker on the back of a truck.
There we go. You can
How's my driving?
tweet me at RC Racing. I'll use the hashtag #How'sMyLevels. There we go. Let's get that trending worldwide. That's a bit odd. Right, so this is the K final here, off and running. The cars coming around for their first lap. Now, these guys have had a practice run this morning, but we'll see how this K final goes. Only got 6 cars in this one. So that makes it, I can't do the maths there, 106 drivers we've got there for this event. And we're just running around here making sure you can hear us all properly, and we've got everything here on camera. It's going to be the number 1 car, Milos from Slovakia, out in front in this K final. He's going across the corner tabletop jump now, round the hairpin, and then back across the 3 fingers. Slide of the car side was there for the 1 car. So we are 1 minute into this first final of the day. In fact, see a number of the A finalists and their mechanics in particular are out watching these lower finals, just making sure they're aware of how the track's changing. We can see some of the track certainly grooving up very quickly this morning. It's hot, it's dry, it's perfect weather for racing electric buggies here, and we're starting to see a groove appearing on some of the tight corners where the cars are getting the power down. But this is the K final out on track now. It's going to be Derek from Ireland taking over the lead in the number 6 car. So your race leader coming down the front straight. Sorry, coming around the last triple jumps and then onto the front straight now. That blue, yellow and white car is the race leader. The number 6 out in front, Milos dropping down to 2nd, and Evenji Timskencho running in 3rd. And we know we've got lots of people online from Great Britain watching, and we know all the British drivers out there, they are massive fans of one particular driver. And that particular driver is the one and only Manolis. Manolis running in this K final, running down in the 6th place at the moment. So let's hope Manolis can pick some pace up as we go into the last half of this race. But the 6th car of Derek out in front, he is your race leader. And Matt's wandering over to hear what have you got to say again, Matt?
I just want to say good morning to Mr. Baffy. Thanks for joining us. And also, Fletch, other 4-wheel drivers not doing the triple. No, they're not. Well, certainly not in this final.
I wonder if that's Mark Fletcher, who we interviewed at the Neo Buggy race for my podcast. If it is Mark, just send me a text. You've got my number. And we'll give you a shout out later on. Yeah, from the practice day, I went out and watched the very first round of practice, standing down by that triple jump. And I can tell you now that coming out of that last corner, across the triple jump, there was a certain orange and white car, driven by a British driver, that cleared the triple every single lap. 8 out of the 9 laps he did in practice, he cleared the triple in 1 jump. Yet, we got into qualifying yesterday, and nobody even attempted it, really.
I'm just going to say, again, nobody else saw this, so I'm going to go and talk to Lee and ask him if you imagined it or if he did actually do it, because it's starting to become like the Loch Ness Monster of this race. No one's ever seen this triple, the mysterious, lesser-known triple, actually happen. So, yeah, I'll ask Lee if he's done it, why he's not doing it now. I think I know why, obviously because he's playing it safe, but...
See, but it could be faster, and maybe he's holding it in reserve for these A finals. Doesn't want to show his cards too early, a bit like a game of poker. Yeah,
That's why he's wearing those big black sunglasses.
Yes, exactly that. And they were sitting around a card table earlier on to work on his car.
Smoking big cigarettes and drinking whiskey.
Yeah, that's it. So Matt's a keen poker player, clearly, as am I. However, I've lost a lot of money doing that. No money being gambled here, though, and it's all about the 6-car of Derek out in front. He's going to be going down the back straight across that ski jump now, then onto the big tabletop at the back of the track. Then across the corner tabletop. Onto the infield section for the 6-car. There is 40 seconds left on the race clock at the moment. The 6-car out in front of Derek. Milos in the 1 in second. Derek across the bridge onto the infield section. And then coming up to the triples now. We have got 25 seconds left. But Matt's just said, should we look at Manolis for this last 25 seconds of the race? The last 25 seconds he's going to get on track this week. As soon as I pick him out on track, he's going to be coming around across the bridge now in the middle of the track. No, he's not. That's a different car. Looking for the number 4 car of Manolis, who's possibly out of the race, I think. He is. He's out of the race. So 20 seconds left here in this K final. The race leader, the number 6 car of Derek, coming down across the triples in front of us now. Around the last corner, down the front straight. He's going on to his last lap of the race. In fact, here we go. Few people still racing here, but it's Derek who's taken the win in this K final. Milos finishing second and just waiting for Evenji to come round to take the 3rd spot now. We can see Manolis leaning over the edge of the driver's stand there. He's got a problem with his car, trying to shout down to his pit crew, but it's all too late here in this K final. The win goes to Derek. Sadly for Manolis, a 6th place finish out of 6 cars. That's a disappointing end for the Greeks Euros, I think.
Still a hell of a lot better than I would have done.
Yes, an awful lot better than Matt would have done.
With something I made with my Technic Lego at home. Well,
Matt has been thinking about making us drive some cars around this circuit, but so far we found no one willing to... I'm going to use the word donate a car, because I don't think they'd be getting it back in one piece. It would be a donation, and no one up for doing that. But if you're at any of the other Euros we're at this year and you want to donate us a car to drive around the track, I'm sure we could make a hilarious feature about our exciting driving skills, couldn't we?
Maybe we could try at the Worlds.
I think that's a good idea. Yes, we'll go and talk to some World Championship drivers and say, can I borrow your car just before we're about to go out for the A final, just to maybe just in the warm-up session for them. They don't need to warm their car. We'll do it for them.
Yeah, I think there's potential there.
Yeah,
there's nothing to worry about. It's fine. We'll bring out. You could bring some batteries.
Yes, I can bring some batteries.
Yeah, and I'll.
You can bring your skills.
I'll film it. You drive it. No, we'll have our own race. We'll have a drag race on the straight. Let's just do that. We don't have to turn any corners. We're just going to go straight on the straight.
I still don't see that ending that well, though. No. But not much of a straight here in Ferring. The front straight down in front of our camera position, quite bumpy. It looks flat, but plenty of things to catch a unwary driver out. It's still got to have maximum concentration going down that straight to go maximum fast. And then the back straight going away from the driver's stand again. Very bumpy. We may see some drivers popping wheelies if they catch the odd bump going down there. So this is the J final coming out now. So after this will be the first leg of the A final. So this is the J final lining themselves up on the grid now. I am going to just quickly jump on Twitter now and see if anyone sent me any tweets in the last few minutes' time. So we've got this J final out now, and then we'll have about a 5 to 10 minute gap before we start up for the first of the A finals. After this final, yeah. So we've got this J final about to start now, and their cars are on the grid. Andrea from Italy starting on the pole. So the cars on the grid there for the J final. About to get started with this. Andrea from the pole position, the 1 car. Right, so J final off and running here in Austria. Only one chance for these guys. It's win or lose, really, as the 1 car rolls it going across the triple jumps. And that puts the number 2 car out into the lead of this heat early on.
Who's in the number 2?
Matt's by the time screen now. Who's the number 2 car, Matt?
It's Papagiannou Korbopoulos. My best stab at that. He's in number 2. Well, it's only the warm-up laps, so.
No, this is live racing, Matt. This is the actual final out.
I've got a 30-second delay. Hang on.
So this is live. It's not a warm-up. Ignore what Matt says, like we do most of the time. So the Greek driver, car number 2, out in front of this heat. The fluorescent orange-nosed car going round. Oh, as he rolls it on across the 3 fingers, and that puts the 4 car out into the lead, which is Matti Ransson from Finland, whose name I can pronounce. So that's good. He stays in the lead. Yes. Apologise for any Greeks out there, but yeah. So the number 4 car, Matti, out in front. Coming across the triples now, and it's the 10, the number 0 car of Thomas running in the 2nd spot. Oh, those triples are treacherous, particularly for these lower heats. It's carnage all over the place, but Thomas holds on to 2nd. Matti out in front. Thomas running in 2nd. One and a half minutes into this 5-minute race. J final here in Austria. So it's going to be Matti in the 4 car, Thomas in the 10. They come around, clear the triple jumps, and then the 1 car, Andrea, back up into the 3rd spot. Move Andrea up to the 3. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left. Matti holding onto the lead just as they go across the ski jump. We can see the 3 cars together clearing the tabletop, then across the corner tabletop, and then down towards the hairpin. Very tight line there from Matti as he goes across the 3 fingers. 3 fingers a lot easier in forward drive. As I was talking about, the 10 car goes off track and gets stuck at the edge of the bridge. That gives the 4 of Matti a decent lead, followed by the 1 of Andrea. So I reshuffle the order again. It's the 4 from the 1. Matti from Andrea down the front straightaway. Through turn number 1, down the back straight. And then across the ski jump they go. Big air going across the triple jump, gets the nose and then the rear landed nicely as they go across the corner tabletop, and then down to the hairpin. Halfway through the J final here in Ferring in Austria. You're watching us live at EFRA.ws or rcracing.tv. Three minutes down, 2 minutes to go. Matti and the 4 out in front as they go side by side across the triples with Andrea. Down the front straightaway, Matti hanging on to the lead. Down the back straight, then across the ski jump. Taking it very cautiously across that ski jump. They've got a slower car up there in front of them who's going to pull nicely out of their way, give them plenty of space. That is excellent driving there. That's the 7 car moving out of the way nicely for Christian Fuchs from Austria. Oh, a mistake there from Andrea, drops him further down. The 4 car out in front. And what is running behind them? It's going to be the 1 of Andrea still running in 2nd, and then the 10, Thomas, moving back up to 3rd, followed by the 9. Stein from Norway moving up to 4th, and then there's cars all over the place going across the triples, but no problems there for our race leader. The number 4 car, Matti, going through the 3 fingers now, back under the timing bridge, not the timing bridge, just under the bridge, round the cobblestones, and then back over the top of the bridge one more time. We have got 1 minute of racing action left here in the J final. A final, number 1 is up next. So across the triples goes the 4. Matti in the 4 car from Andrea in the 1. Thomas in the 10. Still running in 3rd. The 4 car coming round across the 3 fingers now. We have got 45 seconds to go. It's going to be this lap and 1 more for our race leader. Across the top of the bridge now. Through the infield section. Round the loop. Out here across the triples. Doubling and then singling that triple jump down the front straight. The final lap here for Matti. He's got a lead of, let's have a quick look at the timing screens. The lead is 4 seconds with 1 lap to go. We are approaching the end of this race. The 4 car lands a little bit awkwardly coming off the tabletop. Matti coming round the hairpin. Back here across 3 fingers, then down under the bridge, onto the paving stones. Cautiously round that hairpin there, not sliding the castle, keeping the foils in the same direction, across the top of the bridge, through the infield section, round the penultimate corner, across the triple jumps now, taking it very carefully across there. The 1 car is closing in, but it's going to be Matti from Finland. Matti Ransson taking this J final. Andrea finishing in the 2nd spot. Then we've got this battle coming across the triples one last time. It looks like it's going to be the 9 car. Yes, it is. It's Stein taking the 3rd spot. Bartholomew taking the 4th spot. Wow, that's the top 4 there, just crossing the line. Nose to tail, more or less, here in the J final. That is your J final. Coming up next, we've got the A final, leg number 1. But before we get into that, Scotty and myself spoke yesterday after qualifying about qualifying and who we think is going to be up the top in the final. So A final is up after this. So it's Friday afternoon and it's a premature end to qualifying. Scotty Ernst joins me now and we're going to discuss the day's action out on track. It's a great start to qualifying. We'd already compacted it down into all 5 rounds today. Your Neumann out of the box was the quickest driver.
Yeah, he was definitely showing his pace, and everybody expected him to be well. If you look back to the Worlds earlier where woulda, shoulda, coulda, he was definitely the favorite going into the 4-wheel drive portion of the event. And
it was 2 TQ runs for him in the first 2 rounds. A few other challenges. Lee Martin looked strong. Hooper Honeygall looked strong. But then perhaps a surprise, the 3rd round went to Darren Bloomfield from Great Britain, taking the 3rd round of qualifying.
Yeah, Darren running old school double X4 Losi, and yeah, he did really well. He's been really quick. Just a few problems in the other rounds kept him from being extremely strong. But yeah, showed. I think this is his first electric Euros in 12 years or 6 years, something like that. I think it was.
Yeah, I think the last time I think it was 2006, his last electric Euro. So made the A final in 2-wheel drive, and it's going to be right up the front in 4-wheel drive. So that's going to make it interesting. Not raced with those guys, of course, at the front of an A final for that long.
It'll be interesting for sure, and then there's obviously other fast guys in there. It was unfortunate this last round got rained out. I was talking to Mick Craig and Neil's dad, and he had a good run in the 2nd run in the rain, and if that would have held up, that'd definitely put him towards the front of the grid if this round 5 would have held.
Yeah, so that's the main story here. The 5th round of qualifying. We started it. We ran 2 heats of it, running in reverse order. But then the rain came down. We were waiting for the rain all day, really. But it was this last round of qualifying that we only had 2 heats run, so they couldn't complete the round. So those 2 heats are scrapped essentially, and we just have 4 rounds of qualifying with the 2 scores to count. Then
exactly. Paul, the race director, made the right call just because it was unsafe for the marshals. The cars could have still ran. They were sliding around and drifting out there really nice, but it was unsafe for the marshals, and that was the main thing that got them to cancel or stop the racing, and then the rain just progressed too long for they had to scrap the round.
Yeah, so we've lost the track for today, so that is the end of qualifying. But we come back tomorrow. It should be dry in the morning. Plan is to get the full set of finals in, 1 final for everyone and 3 A finals, of course. I guess I've got to end this with, who's your pick for the win going to be?
Oh, man, you got to... you guys always ask me, and I hate taking a favorite, hate taking a pole sitter or something like that. You know what I mean? Neil's pretty hungry, that's for sure. I think he wants a 4-wheel drive one. Hoopo has put in a lot of time. I mean, the Hoopo has looked really, really sharp. And then you got to go for, Darren looked good too. So I don't know. Well, let's. All right, I'll pick Hoopo. There we go. I'll go with Hoopo.
Oh, you're going for Scott's going for Hoopo. Yeah. Yesterday when we had a chat about it before qualifying started, I went for Darren Bloomfield as a sort of out of the box wild card pick, and he's done pretty good. Matt went for David Ronnefeldt, who starred in the 2-wheel drive event. Not as good qualifying for David, but he's going to be up there surely at the end as well.
David, I mean, if I had to pick three of my friends, I go David's looking good. I was really happy for Brad. It was Paul Bradby. Yeah. He looked really, really good. He was hungry to get in there 2-wheel drive. He did well but struggled. But 4-wheel drive, he looked really, really impressive. So that was good. And, Hoopo is – I don't want to say his home track, but he's looking really good. So I don't know. It's tough always for me because they're all my friends, and but I'd love to see like an old school XX4 Darren, put it on front. So it'd be good.
It's certainly going to be 3 exciting A finals tomorrow. You can catch all the action with Scotty, with me, here in Ferring, Austria tomorrow. www.efra.ws. Don't miss any of it. Hello everyone and welcome back to Ferring in Austria for the first A final here at the European Championships. And we can see Matt panning the camera around there, picking out Scotty, Paul Bradby down in the pit lane, preparing themselves for this first leg of the A final. Lee Martin there, looking focused, starting second on the grid, talking to section chairman Paul Worsley. Paul's overseeing this event. It's down to him to reshuffle the timetable. Ben Jemison down there. There's David Ronnefelk, star of the two-wheel drive event, finishing second on the podium. Not quite got that same pace here in four-wheel drive. That was a surprise to us. I mean, we thought if he's got it in two-wheel drive, he'll have it in four-wheel drive. I will check on the time scale now. We have got 5 minutes until the green flag drops for this A final leg number 1. Lee looking really relaxed there as all the guys sort of gather around preparing the car. Tom Cockrell in the blue t-shirt sitting there on the pit wall. You can see the sunglasses are on, t-shirts are out. It's lovely weather here for this finals morning here in Austria. There we go, we get the official 5-minute warning down there. Hupo walking down the pit lane. Still not looking happy after his disappointing by his standards qualifying session yesterday. But he'll be looking to make amends for that as we move into the main final today. Miguel Matias there in the black t-shirt, Portuguese driver into this A main, former European champion, but in nitro racing rather than this electric buggy stuff. So this is all new to him more or less, but he's done electric buggy before. But first year at the electric championships for quite a few years for him. His teammate Darren Bloomfield also first time here for a few years, and it's going to be is that Neil Cragg there, the first driver up onto the rostrum to nab his starting spot. As it's customary, the 5th place driver gets to pick the first place on the rostrum. But I know they'll go up in grid order. Make sure everyone's happy with where they're standing on the driver's stand. They've all got their preferred positions by now. So we are 3 minutes from the green flag here in Austria. Down the side of the track, spectators are gathering. So three legs of the A final today, all taking place this morning, and then best 2 results will count. So it's going to be Jorn Neumann starting on the pole position, defending four-wheel drive champion. He took the title last year in Pau in the south of France, beating the former champion Lee Martin. Lee starting second on the grid, wants to get that title back, but knows it's going to be very tough to beat Jorn. Very similar track in many ways to what we raced on last year in the south of France. That was also a 1/8 buggy track in many ways, but this is a 1/8 buggy track which has been adjusted properly for this electric racing, and drivers were sceptical before we started. I think lots of us were not sure how it would quite play out, but now into this A final, the track really is fantastic for racing electric buggies on. Jumps are nice. The track surface is nice now. Particularly now it's nice and sunny. We can see the drivers preparing themselves up there on the main final. We are at 2.5 minutes before the start, so the cars will be coming out onto their warm-up lap shortly. You're watching this live at EFRA.ws or rcracing.tv. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Ollie Megget up in the commentary box. We've got Matt on cameras, Paul on the camera on the far side of the track. When we re-edit this for the TV show, we've got I think 6 or 7 cameras spread out around the track. Some fantastic shots the team have managed to pick up so far, and if you were watching us the two-wheel drive action with us earlier in the week, you'll have seen how important all our multi-camera coverage was, because that was used to help the officials make decisions, particularly based on that last lap incident in A main number 2 when Jorn and Ronnefelk came together coming across the start-finish line. So here we go. This is the warm-up laps. You're not missing anything in terms of track action. The guys bringing their cars out, getting some laps in, and we've got Hupo taking a very different route, taking the shortcut, so he doesn't run the full first lap, wants to get a couple of bits practiced in there quickly, get himself some clear track, doesn't want to pace himself with anyone else perhaps at the moment, just get a good feel for the car himself. Drivers really going for it on these out laps, just wanting to make sure they know exactly where the limits are for their cars, for the track, and this is the warm-up. This is the only chance they're going to get. Next time they drive around this track, it will be a race situation, and we've got Lee Martin in his fluorescent orange and white car. Lee going to be starting on the second spot on the grid. let's just run you through the grid very quickly. We'll do a full set of driver introductions before the second leg of the A final, but for the moment, this is how they're going to line up. 10th place on the grid, always Stefan Pfeiffer. 9th place, Tom Cockerell. 8th place, Miguel Matthias. 7th, David Ronnefeldt. 6th, Neil Cragg. 5th, Hupo Honigel. 4th, Paul Bradbury. 3rd, Darren Bloomfield. 2nd, two-wheel drive champion 2 days ago, and former four-wheel drive champion Lee Martin, and on pole position, the defending champion in this four-wheel drive class, Jorn Neumann. Thank you very much for everyone who is watching along. Please keep getting involved. We're here all day. We've got the 3 A finals coming throughout the whole day. Stay tuned here at EFRA.WSRCRacing.tv. We're at 30 seconds before the start. Jorn Neumann positions his car quite aggressively towards that first corner. Lee Martin in the orange buggy lining up second behind him. Darren Bloomfield, third on the grid, and the white and blue machine. Darren's buggy, nearly as old as me, 14 years old or something that buggy is. We have got 10 marshals out around the track. We have got 10 cars on the grid. This is the 10-second countdown. A final number 1. Here we go. And Jorn Neumann gets a great start from pole position, pulls out an early lead as he comes down the back straight for the first time. Over the ski jump he goes, through the big tabletop. It's Jorn Neumann in the number 1 car, bright yellow and red car. Goes down the head, but catches the pipe there. That's going to allow Lee Martin to close up behind him. They go across the 3 fingers for the first time, back down onto the cobblestones. Sliding the cars there. Darren Bloomfield looking for way past second place man, but it's all about Jorn Neumann out in front. The red and yellow buggy comes around across the infield section of the track. Here he comes across the triples, clearing them nicely down around the last corner and down the start-finish straight for the first time. Jorn Neumann out in front. Lee Martin running second. Bloomfield in the 3rd spot. Down the back straight they go. Jorn Neumann across the ski jump. Then across the big tabletop. Lee Martin is right there in second place behind him. Oh, Lee gets the launch of that corner tabletop slightly wrong, but Jorn Neumann in the 1 car out in front. Comes down across the cobblestones now. Sliding the car a little bit, then back round and across the top of the bridge. The yellow and red car, number 1, Jorn Neumann out in front. He comes round across the triples now. Down the start-finish straight one more time. And we've got this battle for second place. Lee Martin and Darren Bloomfield, nose to tail. They come down the start-finish straight. Jorn Neumann out in front. So we can watch this battle here for second place. It's the orange and white car and the blue and white car, 2 British drivers. And then Paul Bradbury, the 4 car, is there in the white and greeny blue car. It was in 4th place as Hupo Honigel nips up the inside and is going to try and make a move on Darren Bloomfield going at the end of the cobble section across the bridge. This is the battle for 3rd place. The white car, 2 white and blue cars. They come round the infield section. We have got fantastic racing going here, and Darren Bloomfield gets the landing completely wrong. That puts Hupo up into the 3rd spot. So Hupo Honigel up to number 3. Darren Bloomfield dropping right down the field. Meanwhile, back to the front of the field. Jorn Neumann is going to be coming across the 3 fingers now. He comes round underneath the bridge and then across the stony section of the track. He's out in front. He's clearing the lead. Lee Martin now clearing 2nd place. And then we've got Hupo behind in 3rd. So Jorn Neumann, the German driver, across the triples he goes. Round the last corner. Down the start-finish straight. Jorn out in front. Lee Martin running in the 2nd spot. Across the ski jump goes Jorn. Across the tabletop. We are at half distance in this race. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go in this A final, leg number 1, live here from Ferring. The battle is now for 3rd place between Hupo and Miguel Matthias. Miguel up from 8th on the starting grid, round the cobble section. Back up the short chute and across the bridge. This is the battle for the 3rd place. Back through the infield they go. They are closing in on Lee Martin at the moment, down the front straight away. 3rd and 4th place for Hupo and Matthias. Across the skim. As Jorn Neumann has made a big mistake going across the corner triple jump. Goes across the 3 fingers now. Jorn Neumann has been caught by Lee Martin. This is now a battle for the lead with 2 minutes left on the race clock. 1st and 2nd place goes across the bridge. Hupo is now clearing 3rd place. This is the battle for the lead. The orange and white car number 2, Lee Martin. Closing in on Jorn Neumann in his red and yellow number 1 car. Down the back straight they go. It was this corner tabletop jump here that Jorn made a big mistake at last time, put the car on the move, but he had such a lead. He was able to get away with it and retain the lead. Lee Martin closed right up on him, but now Lee dropping back a little bit. We have got 1.5 minutes left. 1.5 minutes to go in this A final, leg number 1. Jorn Neumann from pole position is out front. He's led every lap. Lee Martin got very, very close then, but Jorn coming across the triples now and down the start-finish straight. Number 1 car of Jorn Neumann from Germany, out in front. Put it on pole position. TQ'd 3 rounds yesterday and is showing the way here in this first leg of the A final. Big air across the tabletop, then across the corner tabletop he goes. We have got 1 minute left on the race clock. He gets very sideways coming off the three fingers there. I don't know if that's something broken in the car or if that was just a bit of a bad landing, getting the car a bit sideways. But once again, Lee Martin closing in on him. We have got 45 seconds to go. Lee Martin makes a big mistake there, coming across there. And it looks like Lee Martin's car is either broken or he's got a big problem with it. Yeah, Lee Martin is out of this race. Hupo Honigel up into the second spot. But Jorn Neumann now out in front. Massive lead for the German driver, coming across the corner tabletop now. Through the infield section, across the three fingers and then down onto the cobblestones. Just over 30 seconds left on the race clock. It's going to be this lap and one more. It's all about this man, Jorn Neumann, out in front. Through the triples. Round the last turn, down the start finish straight, onto his final lap in leg number 1 of this A final. Down the back straight goes Jorn Neumann across the ski jump, then over the big air tabletop. Round the corner tabletop he goes. Coming back. Hupo still running second place and Bloomfield closing in hard, but we're going to stay with the race leader. It's going to be Jorn Neumann who comes through this cobbled section. Over the bridge he goes. Time is running out, so he's going to get around this last couple of corners now. He hits the triple jumps now, lands it nicely. He comes across there. Jorn Neumann is going to take the win in leg number 1. The battle behind for second place. Hupo being chased by Dan Bloomfield. Hupo hangs on second. Bloomfield finishes in third space. It's going to be Matthias coming around to finish in fourth from Ronnefeld, Bradby, and then Stefan Pfeiffer. And unfortunately there for Lee Martin, Neil Craig and Tom Cockrell not getting finished in this race. Wow, first leg of the A final, dominating run there for Jorn Neumann. One mistake puts it on his roof, but he had such a lead that it didn't matter to him. Lee Martin challenged him hard, closed in, particularly when he made that mistake, and then later on closed the gap down, but it wasn't enough. Lee Martin then breaking his car at the 8th lap of the 10-lap race here and dropping down to the 8th place finish. So that was Jorn Neumann taking the win. His teammate, Hupo Honigel, finishes second place. Dan Bloomfield was up there to start with, dropped through the field, but comes through to claim a third place finish. His teammate, Miguel Matthias, finishes in fourth. David Ronnefeld finished in the 5th place. Paul Bradby finishing in 6th there. Stefan Pfeiffer in the 7th spot. Lee Martin, Neil Craig and Tom Cockrell is the official order at the end of leg number 1. What a race. And we've got 2 more of them still to go later on today. See all the cars now being placed into scrutineering. That's Darren Bloomfield's car there. Great run through the field from Darren after some mistakes early on. But Bloomfield finishing in the 3rd spot. But no doubt about the winner, Jorn Neumann, the defending champion. Well, if you've been voting in the poll and voted for Jorn Neumann, that seems a pretty safe bet now, doesn't it? Absolutely dominating performance there in that first leg of the A final. Really, he struggled in 2-wheel drive. But if you want to pick someone in 4-wheel drive, it's got to be that young German driver. 2 times European champion already. And looking to make it 3. Not 3 in a row this time. He first won the championship 7 or 8 years ago when he was just about 13 years old. Back in, I think, 2004 or something. Then he took the title last year in the south of France. And now is certainly the man to watch in this second A final. To give an update on where we are in terms of the time schedule. Local time here in Austria now is 11:15. As we can see Scotty down there in the pits. Chatting to some of the drivers. Drivers for the next final, which will be the I final, preparing themselves on the driver's stand now. But let's just have a quick check on today's timetable. See how we're doing in terms of the timing. So it's 11:15 here in Austria. 2 more A finals to go later on. 1 leg of all the other finals working their way up. So the A finals will be spread between them. Timetable for today. Just waiting for my my timing screen here to refresh. But we're due to finish up around 1 o'clock with the about 1 o'clock with the last A final. Just after that, Austrian time here. Unfortunately, I haven't got a timetable here. It's not refreshing on my screen. So we'll go through these. I think it's about an hour or so until we get leg number 2 of that A final. And Jorn Neumann, of course, can wrap it up in that second leg if he takes another win. Certainly money going to be on him to do that. Let's take a look at the poll on the RC Racing TV website. And Jorn Neumann clearly out in front in that poll. 43% of the vote for the German driver. He's been down here tested a few times. And, well, it's certainly paid off for him so far. 44% now up to for Jorn Neumann, 34% for Lee Martin. David Ronnefeldt, 8%. Not a great first leg there for Ronnefeldt. But we've still got 2 to go. Hupo Honigel, 7%. The guy who finished second in that first leg of the A-final only has 7% of the votes. Darren Bloomfield, the third place finisher, has 3% of the votes. And Miguel Matthias with 1%. So please keep those votes coming in. rcracing.tv. Or send me a tweet at rcracingollie. We're going to have a few minutes break here before we start the next final, which I say is going to be the I final. Have a look at my Twitter feed now. Hello to Mark Hedling. Asking if there's any new prototype cars in four-wheel drive. Has X-Ray got a new four-wheel drive car here? Well, we cannot confirm or deny anything, but Juraj Huddy is here, and well, maybe we'll hear a little bit from him later on. But he's got a towel across his car every time we go and look at it, so may well be running something new, exciting under there. Mark also thinks that Lee Martin, all the way for the win in this four-wheel drive championship, it's going to be tough for him to rebound from that first leg. We might try and send Matt off into the pits and see if he can catch up with a word from any of the top drivers. So we've got the I final is going to be up on the grid shortly. Oh, hello Matt, you down there in the pits? Me? Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
I've got the main man, the event host Scotty, with me.
Fantastic.
Scotty, what did you make of that?
That was pretty exciting. A little bit disappointing. You know, you look at Tom and Neil dropping out right away, and then Lee having a problem there with 2 laps to go. That was disappointing. But a great drive for Jorn, but uncharacteristic mistakes from Jorn. That was surprising.
Nerves, perhaps.
Oh, sure. I'm sure. I mean, he thinks about repeating, and he's got a huge lead like that. You got to stay sharp for 5 minutes, and he lost his edge a little bit there for a couple times.
I haven't seen Lee Martin around at the moment. Obviously, he's going to go Marshall soon, I guess. No, I don't know. But could you make out from where you were what went wrong for him?
No, when he came into that little carousel section, he flipped it over, and he was on the gas. So I think when the tire hit the ground or something like that, it popped the ball cup, or a dog bone popped out, something like that. I don't know what it was.
What will that do for him, do you think, mentally, going into the next 2? More determined or knock his confidence? No.
I think knowing Lee, I think he'll be seriously focused. I mean, he knows he can run with Jorn. Jorn's obviously the favorite. I mean, we know he's the man at four-wheel drive, but I think that's only going to encourage Lee to really, really step up his game for the next one.
Just finally, I know you've got to go. Your pick yesterday, Hupo. What do you make of him?
Yeah, he did well. I mean, started 5 on the grid and worked through a little problem, had some good luck, and yeah, he did well. So it's good to see.
I have to wonder how competitive he will be with his teammate. I know they're quite kind of courteous towards each other.
Yeah, I think they'll give and take just enough to keep it clean, but I think the respect is there for both. I think Hupo, probably in the back of his mind knows Jorn is, the younger, the faster, and everything like that. So I think there'll be some respect to giving each other.
Great stuff, Scotty. Thank you very much. All right. Scotty there, off to go and commentate on the next final.
Yeah, great to hear Scotty there, and hopefully everyone saw that the video we did with Scotty yesterday afternoon at the end of qualifying, and yeah, he picked Hupo for the win, and Scotty's pick looking better than both yours and mine at the moment, I think, Matt.
Yes, I'm losing you. Hang on.
Okay, so Matt's wandering off around the pits now. We'll hopefully get him to catch up with some of the drivers in the next few minutes' time. But we've got the I final out on track now, so we'll see how this runs out for this one.
You still got me?
Yeah, we can still hear you, Matt, unfortunately.
You can still hear me. Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately we can still hear Matt. Just want to say in this heat, in this final we have got Mario Wendler starting second on the grid. Mario, one of the 2 brothers that own and run this track here in Ferring, and a fantastic job they've done of getting this facility absolutely first class, isn't it, Matt, as you wander around the impressive pits?
We've seen Mario on the podium before, haven't we, of course, in the large-scale Euros in 2010 at his home track. Yeah,
we were here 2 years ago. For the, so Matt says the large-scale off-road European Championships, and yeah, Mario finishing on the podium there, but not going to be a podium overall for him, but it could well be a podium in this I final coming up very soon here in Ferring.
Yes. Well, look, the Team Durango table is crazy busy. I'm just gonna butt in.
So Durango 1-2.
Jorn, how was that for you?
Yeah, it was really good. I had a good lead, but then made some small mistakes, and they catch up a little bit. But then when Lee broke, I think I cruised around the last 2 laps. Yeah.
What do you put the mistakes down to? Just nerves or?
No, I think maybe too much gap to the others, and then they want to drive easy. But I think that was the mistake.
You see Lee's problem out of the corner of your eye. Did that give you a bit more confidence just towards the end to just take it home?
Yeah, yeah.
Sure. So you're going to play it safe for the next 2?
Yeah, I try.
Nice one. Thanks, Jorn.
Sounding very relaxed there, didn't he?
Yeah, as ever.
Yeah, he always sounds very relaxed. It's quite amazing to realise that he's already won 2 European titles, and it's sort of almost talking as if there's no pressure on him at the moment.
Well, I think that's what makes that's kind of the thing that we see with these drivers, isn't it? It's the nerves of steel thing. There's a bit of arrogance in there, which you like to see with drivers, but also nerves of steel.
Yeah, for sure. And
backed up, of course, by a hell of a lot of talent.
Well, it's got to be talent and speed and everything else. A good car.
And a nice hat.
And, of course, a nice hat. So there we go. Once again, getting hats into this as we grid the cars up here for the I-Final. We'll leave you wandering around the pits for a moment there, Matt, as we get back to the action on the track. But if you find anything, please give us a shout.
We'll do.
We'll see what happens here in this I-Final. And in fact, Matt, if you want to pop up to the commentary box for a second, if you're anywhere nearby, that would be useful as well.
Yes.
Brilliant. So we've got the 10 cars on the grid here for this I-Final. Spectators cheering their drivers on from around the track. Fantastic atmosphere, as we said here, for this European Championships. Because the A finalists don't have to do their marshalling duties now. They've done it for the first A final. And so they've done it up before their first A final. They did it for the very first final out on track. And then they get international marshals for their final. So that's good. So, yeah, it's marshals from the J final are going to be out for this one. So we can see at the end of this first lap, it is going to be the number 1 car, Ulrich from Denmark, out in front. Mario Wendler, who had started second on the grid, is dropping down the field. Michael Bolger from Ireland up in the number 2 spot, and Thomas Berg from Sweden running third at the moment. So it's the number 1 car of Ulrich out in front, as there's carnage on the track as they go across the 3 fingers. So they come across the bridge. There's about 17 cars on the bridge at the same time, but it's that blue and white car number 1 that leads this field. They come across the triple jumps now and back across the start-finish stripe. So Ulrich out in front, but wow, look at that pile of cars going into turn number 1. And more carnage going across that corner tabletop. They slide the cars across the paved section of the track. And all side-by-side racing going through the carousel on that infield section, then across the triple jumps. 3 wide down the front straightaway. 2 cars touch at the end of it. So this is the I-Final. Meanwhile, it is going to be the number 7 car that's shown on my screen as the race leader, but that was last time they got to the timing beam. Let's see what it's like this time, as we see the leaders coming across the bridge in the middle of the track now. It's the 7 out in front. Thomas Berg down the front straight. Well, he was. Yeah, he's hanging on to the lead, and then across the ski jump at the far side of the track. So that white car going across the 3 fingers now. The white car is the race leader. So if Paul can drop back 1 car from there, that's the race leader there picking up. Across the bridge and onto the infield part of the track. We are halfway through this I-Final. Live from Ferring in Austria. Oh, he clips the corner at the end of the front straight, but he's got enough of a lead to hang on to that race lead. Goes across the tabletop on the back straight. All sideways across the paving slabs there. That was the second place car of Ulrich going sideways, but it's all about Thomas out in front. Clears the triples now. Round that last corner and back down the start-finish straight. Race leader Thomas Berg out in front. being cheered on by the crazy Swedish drivers all down that right-hand side of the track. Here we go, across the three fingers. Oh, and he rolls the car going across there, and that looks like we've got a change of lead. Side by side across the paving slabs. Back round, over the tabletop bridge they go. 1 minute left on the race clock. 1 minute left. Here we go, across the triples. It looks like it's the one car. It was the one car taking the lead, but he makes a mistake on the triples, and that car is broken. And you can see the wheel hanging off the car there. The marshal is going to pick it up. That's one dead. That's a 7 car. That was Thomas Berg who finishes the race in the hands of the marshal. But it's going to be Ulrich in the 1 car, just coming round to the main bridge in the middle of the track now. Up and over the bridge he goes. Through the infield on the track. 30 seconds are left on the race clock. It's now Ulrich in the 1 car. From William White in the 10 car, closing in quickly on him down the front straight. First and second place through the first corner. Down the back straight. Then across the ski jump. Big air on the tabletop. This could be the last lap for these guys. Then nose to tail coming down past the hairpin. Back across the three fingers they go. Both of them just about clear it nicely. Marshall recovering, a slower car behind them. Looks for the inside. William trying to find a way past. Side by side across the bridge. William takes the lead. There are 2 corners left on the racetrack. They're running out of time. They may have to go around one more time. We're running out of time here. It's a race to the line. The 10 car clips the last corner. William takes the win in this final. Ulrich finishes in 2nd place. Wow, what a finish there. Manuel finishes in the 3rd spot in number 6 car. But what a win there for the Irish driver, William White, taking the win by, well, you saw the gap on the screen there. It wasn't even a car's length. It was millimetres. If you had a few pieces of paper, they probably wouldn't fit between the cars. So just waiting on the last few cars to finish the laps. A very poorly looking car making it across the tabletop, across the triples there, and down to at least complete this I-final. So a win for William White. Ulrich Rasmussen from Denmark finishing in the 2nd spot there. Wow. What a final. And it's more fun still to come right here at EFRA.ws and rcracing.tv. Thank you for everyone who say was getting involved. I can just see I've had some new things flash up on Twitter here. Let me see what people are saying now. And Daniel Pearson, hello to you. And he's saying that those were the Swedish fans screaming along for their fellow countrymen. And he says they're going to be doing that for every final where there's a Swedish driver. And look at the list for the next final. There's no Swedish drivers in here, but I don't doubt they're still going to be loud in this one anyway. So that was just the I final. H final going to be up here shortly. Don't forget, you can find all the videos we've made all week from the 2-wheel drive event, from 4-wheel drive, right here at on the EFRA website. Stay tuned for more of the action throughout all of today right here. We're here throughout all of the finals. Myself and Matt are going to be here. And just really have to take my headset off. So Matt, if you've been talking to me at any time and haven't heard me, then I'm sorry, but see if... I don't know where Matt is at the moment. We've sent him off again, wandering around the pits. He's got a piece of paper and a pen. That's not to do some colouring in, because Matt can't colour in between the lines. I'm guessing Matt can't hear me now, because I'm sure he would have said something to that. But we've got 2 minutes left before the start of this H final here in Austria. But just looking back to that A final, what a first A final we saw there. Your Neumann dominant in it, taking the win. Hupo coming through the field, finished 2nd on the last few laps. Lee Martin, we heard from Scotty there that Lee Martin is fast. He knows he's fast. He knows he can challenge Jorn for the win, and that mistake is only just going to fire him up more. For A main number 2, which is coming up shortly. If I can actually get hold of a timetable, I will let you know exactly what the plan is. Who else is interacting with us via the live stream? Let me just run over to that other PC there. Mark Fletcher watching along, saying, he's saying he's off now to go to Halifax in the UK for, I think there's Touring Car National going on there now. So maybe when Mark gets there, he'll put us on and everyone can watch the action here in Ferring at some exciting off-road racing. No doubt Halifax, because it's in England, it'll be raining. But hello to everyone watching along online. We looked at the stats from the two-wheel drive finals day as to where people are watching. So hello to you wherever you are watching around Europe or indeed around the world. We had drivers from as far away apparently watching in as Vietnam, Australia, South America, South Africa, and then most of the European countries. Most European countries taking part in this event here. But this is the H final gridding up now. So we're at the 30-second countdown before this H final. And no, that's not the earthquake. That's I think that's Paul going back up to the main camera stand there.
Hello, Ollie.
Oh, and Matt is down in the pits. Hello, Matt.
Hello. I'm in our black spot, unfortunately.
Oh no. There's one part of the pits where we can't get a decent signal on our radio mic, which annoyingly is the main part of the pits area, I think.
Yes, it's where all the main guys are.
Yeah.
But I've just been getting the sponsor sheets filled out and doing
brilliant.
the other roles that I do. So I might break out. I'm just gonna. Lee's working on his buggy right now. Lee, hard luck.
Thank you.
He's eating his lunch and he's working on his buggy.
Multi-talented.
And he's psyching himself up for the next one. What happened, mate?
I had a very small nothing roll and the turnbuckle ripped out the ball cup. I don't know why. I just replace it and hope it doesn't do it again.
So how are you approaching the next two? Are you going to get aggressive, or are we going to see the same cool, under all this pressure, the same cool Lee Martin we're used to?
Yeah, I'm going to try and stay the same as normal. It's going to be hard to catch you on. I just hope he makes a bit more mistakes.
Well, he was making a few, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, but by that time I was a little bit too far back and I didn't really get close enough to pressure him, to be honest.
Well, best of luck. Thanks a lot, Lee.
Matt, you need to. I think Matt needs to ask Lee Martin about his hats. We are talking to everyone about hats at the moment, so you've got to ask Lee about the hats.
I will do when he's in when he's under slightly less pressure. It is a pretty intense hive of activity in the pits.
You can feel the tension in the pits, can you?
I would not want to antagonise. I spoke to Mick Cragg in the black spot.
Yep.
A receiver problem.
Receiver problem for Neil Cragg there.
Taken over a jump and then cut out and rolled off the track.
Oh no, so that'll be a.
It's been final week, and in his words, it has to go in the first day final, doesn't it?
Yeah. So always the way, isn't it?
And for him, that sums up his week as well. He says they've not had the best of luck, have they? But even,
they've not. But
under these conditions,
Neil is super quick.
Yes.
We saw him up there in qualifying, and yeah.
Another did not finish was Tom Cockrell.
Yep.
Bearing. Dropped a bearing.
Oh no.
He could hear it in the pit lane before they started, but obviously he knows that in this particular class they won't give you the 10 minutes to sort it out that they have in some of the nitro classes.
Yep.
So that was it. He just had to shrug it off. So that's three people either didn't finish or didn't start in some cases really, who have got a lot to put in for the next two. Yeah,
lots of different approaches I think going to see in this next leg of the A final. Those three drivers got to get a good score in, but they've got to be quick as well. So we'll see how that works its way out in the next two legs.
See if we can have a chat with David
of the A final.
Have you still got me?
I've still got. Yeah, we can still hear you, Matt.
Should we have a word with David?
Yeah, let's talk to David Ronefeld then.
David, how was that first A final?
Pretty decent. I made one small mistake. It's cost me the podium place in the first A main. The car felt pretty good. I had some problems in the practice, so I'm pretty happy that the car works right now and the electronics seems to be good again. So.
Yeah, you say you made some mistakes, but there's some super experienced drivers in front of you making quite a few mistakes as well, and also having lots of technical problems. How does that make you feel going into the next one?
In the first A main, I just wanted to have a good place in the first, so now I can go for it again and hope I can make a good first lap. I think the first lap is very important. If you can take it easy and maybe gain 2 places on something, you can be in the top. So.
Okay, and finally, two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. What you seem to really take to two-wheel drive. Do you prefer that? Do you prefer this?
I think in the four-wheel drive, the level of competition is more more high. I think everyone is similar pace, and there's no place for mistakes. You need to be on top every time, every single lap. So I think four-wheel drive is harder to get top place.
Yeah. Well, you said to me the other day that if you can be good at two-wheel drive, you can be good at anything, and you were good at two, so you're clearly good at anything. So best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. There we go. Another chilled-out driver there.
Yeah, they're all sounding
taking it in his stride.
He sounded chilled out all week though. When he finished second on the podium, most people have been disappointed not to get the win there. But he was just so chilled out about it all.
Maybe this is kind of a holiday for these eighth drivers. Maybe that's what we're getting to. This is basically a paid-for holiday.
Much like it's a holiday for us as well.
It always starts out that way, doesn't it?
Well,
it just turns into a frenzy, but an absolutely awesome one.
I thought it always sort of started out with not being a holiday, and then kind of went from there.
Yeah, developed into a holiday as the sun beats down.
I know it's
on the track.
It's so hot up here in the commentary box. I'll tell you that now. As we're watching the H final out on track, and just giving a heads up, we have got 20 minutes until we got the next leg of the A final according to the time schedule. So if you want to go and grab a cup of tea, not you, Matt, you need to keep working. But if anyone at home wants to go and grab a cup of tea or some popcorn, maybe you're having a party. You've got all your friends around. You're having a party watching finals day here at EFRA.ws or rcracing.tv. If you are having a party, why not send us a message in? Tell us how many of you are having the party. We can add that number onto the stats we've got.
Watching this final along with us is Miguel Matthias. Miguel, how was that first day final?
Well, for me it was pretty good. Just being the final, for me it's excellent. I made my objective, and I just did 2 mistakes. I could have went a little bit longer with Upo. The pace was pretty much the same, but with those 2 mistakes, I think 4th place for me was perfect.
And what about your teammate Darren? Are you kind of working as a team? Do you pass tips and look at how each other's progressing?
Well, we talk about it, mostly the track, tires, things like that. We aren't racing the same car, so setup, everything is just completely different.
Yeah.
But even in the track, we don't race each other, and we just try to keep it clean and work as close as possible.
Do you feel like because there's quite a lot of mistakes happening with drivers that are ahead of you, more experienced drivers in this class, like Jorn's making mistakes, Lee Martin's having problems, do you think that we're going to end up with the Jorn finishing, or do you think something crazy could happen?
Yeah, I think so. For me, there's no pressure, so I'm just there to enjoy myself, so it should be easier for me. And I'll just try and capitalize with the mistakes of others, and if I can, I will go as further as possible.
Excellent, thank you, Miguel. Best of luck. Well, there you go. There's another one. Just enjoying it, really.
Yeah, I can't believe how chilled out everyone's sounding at the moment.
Well, it's the Austrian sunshine. It's amazing.
It must be the sunshine, yeah, because massive stress in the pits yesterday from everyone. I think in the rubbish conditions we had there. It wasn't raining at the time, but it was cold. It was windy. Now, warm, sunny. I say the sunglasses are on.
Yep.
There's a plethora of shorts around the track, and
Paul's got his hat on.
Paul's always got a hat on.
He's not
though.
regretting wearing the shorts. He was going to wear jeans today.
Was he?
He had a big fur coat on most of yesterday. He looked a little bit like a used car salesman.
Oh, there we go. We can see Matt there on camera. You can see Matt.
This is the referee's box.
Timekeeping.
Which is underneath our media tower, which is
and I'm going to come around to the window here, and if I lean out the window, hello everyone. I've just knocked something over. I can see.
There's a sea of bottles that Ollie's just knocked into the computer, so we'll shortly be off air as we put out the electrical fire that Ollie's just started.
Keep talking about. I haven't started a fire here.
Okay. We're having a bit of fun stamping on the floor of our box to put the timekeeping guys off, but you can't do it. You can't do it because they are professional to the end. You can't see in here, I don't think. So, but the other good thing is that it is fully air conditioned, which is good. Ours is, but we've got all the windows open. So out of principle, I've not let the guys turn the aircon on, which isn't a very popular choice, but it is saving the environment, the atmosphere, but it's not doing much for morale. Back on track. Are you all right, Ollie?
Could do a hand up here now.
Right. Just a quick word with the referee. How's the chief referee, Paul? How's it going?
No, I'm not the referee.
He's not the referee. Do your research, Matt. He's still a very important man. How's it going?
I think it's going very well.
Yes.
The driver's having a good discipline. The weather is, to say at least, it's fine. And the track seems to be in excellent shape. but the organizing crew did an awful work to keep it like this.
Yeah, and the weather is come out for us again. It doesn't look like the weather's going to get bad after 2 o'clock, do you think?
The prognosis is very different. One says 70% of rain at about 2. The other one says it stays like this until 4 o'clock p.m. So we hope to be on the safe side and finish at around 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a new European champion for four-wheel drive.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. We look forward. Yeah. We look forward to finding out just who that European champion is. Will it be a new, as he says, champion, or will it be a reigning champion with Mr. Jorn Neumann? As I go up the steps and try and make our way into the media box. Oh dear. Okay. Well, I'll let Ollie get back on mic while I start to mop up some of the carnage that's been created in here. Oh my word. Okay, back over to Ollie while I go and find a mop and bucket.
Right, back over to me as we line the cars up for the, what we're on here, the G final.
Just want to say, Uncle Nick, very sorry about all the new kit you bought for this year.
And we'll now be buying another set of new kit, I think. Nothing's actually on fire, I have to say, which is good. But this is the G final, and it's going to be Vincent Formensen from France leading them off and leading this first lap of the race as Matt just walks over to me, shakes his head and wanders off again. So here we are, the first lap, and it's we got a battle between cars 1 and 2 as they come round across the triple in front of us here. Back down the start-finish straight. Vincent Formensen from Patrick Cowles. Cars 1 and 2 out in front of this this A final? No, it's a G final. That looked like Patrick getting held up with a back marker. But we have 1 minute into this G final. Vincent still showing on the time screens as the leader. Sammy up into the second spot for the number 3 car. Right, Matt has finished doing a clearing up job here in our media centre commentary box, come drinks emporium as well, as we can now start to plug everything back in again. We're back online here, so hopefully you haven't lost us during that incident. I'm now going to be sentenced to the corner of the room and not allowed to move for the rest of the day, I think. So this is the G final out on track. It's now Sammy in the number 3 car, the race leader. Going across the corner tabletop now. That red and white car out in front. Followed by the 1 car of Vincent. Right behind him, the 2 cars together as they go over the bridge in the middle of the track. It's 3, 1 and then 6 behind them. But we're focusing our attention on this cross the ski jump, then onto the big air tabletop. And then the corner tabletop as the number 3 car of Sammy gets sideways on the landing. And that puts Vincent right up on his rear tail. Round across the stone section. Back over the bridge. It's the 3 and then the 1. Sammy and Vincent across the triples. Out of the final corner and down the start-finish straight one more time. This is the G final. We have got 1.5 minutes left to run. 1.5 minutes left. And the referees there asking for any damaged cars to be taken out of the race. Don't keep driving around, potentially ruining someone else's race. But it's no damage to either of these cars out in front. The 3 and the 1 down the front straight. Sammy from Vincent. One minute left here in this G final. It's the number 3 car, the red and white car, over the bridge. Pulled out a slight lead now over Vincent in the number 1 car. Through the infield and then over the triples. Oh, and we have a mistake from Vincent in the middle of the triples there. We have got about a lap and a half left here in the G final. Sammy out in front in the red and white car. Going around the hairpin now, across the 3 fingers. Landing that one nicely and getting set up to go onto these cobblestones, the paved section of the track. Sliding the car coming off of it, over the bridge, around the big carousel on the infield. Across the triples, double and then single. Lands the car nicely, sets it up down the front straight. Last lap now for these leading 2 cars. Down the front straight, onto the back straight. Over the ski jump goes the red and white number 3. Over that big tabletop. Run to the line now, so this is the final lap. On to the stone section, sliding the car through that hairpin, up the short chute, and back over the top of the bridge. There's a slower car in front of him, but that doesn't hold him up too much. Round the carousel, over the little bunny hop in the middle, back across the triples now. It's going to be the number 3 car. Sammy comes round the final corner, taking the win here in the G final. Vincent finishing in the 2nd spot. Behind that was Yeles, Patrick and Joachim. So a win there for Sammy in this G final. So we have got the F final out next. This is finals day here at the 2012 Electric Off-Road European Championships 4-wheel drive event taking place here in Ferring in Austria. Don't forget we've got the next A final up very, very soon. But before that, it's the F final. So we've got this F final. And then it will be A final number 2. Three minutes until this F final starts off. And Matt comes back up into the commentary box here now, and we're just looking forward to the next A final. And well, from our point of view, we want to see this go down to 3 legs, don't we?
It's not. I don't know if it's politically correct to say that. I don't wish.
Well, we want to see 15 minutes of racing for the title rather than just 10 minutes.
I wish Jorn every success in the world, of course.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And
remember, I don't like Lee Martin, apparently.
You can't stand him. So, but for him to win the next one, or hey, hell, what about our 3 winners? 3 finals won by 3 different people.
That would be interesting.
That would be interesting, yes.
Oh, is that what you're predicting?
No, not at all. I'm predicting it to be another 10 minutes of fantastic action, and the best man will win.
Oh, that's a very good get-out clause there, Matt. Never wanted to commit to anything, and yeah. As you should see Matt trying to order a pizza in the evenings. I've never seen anyone take as long to decide what pizza they don't want to have, and then ordering something completely different at the last minute that's not even pizza.
Yeah, you know, fly by the seat of my pants in most restaurants.
I don't think you're supposed to do that in restaurants.
Especially curry houses.
Moving away from curry houses, curry houses may provide you with a red hot curry, but there is some red hot action about to start on the track. Do you like that?
Yes. Oh, I love that.
There we go. There we go. I'm here for the rest of the day. Don't worry, you're gonna have plenty more of that sort of stuff as we go throughout the rest of the finals here in Ferring. This is the F final out next, as I very carefully now open a bottle of water, and I think I need to have one of those cups that children have where you can't spill any drinks anymore. We need to get those on the list for the next event we do.
So go with the padded helmet that we get you to wear.
Padded helmet, knee pads, just you wrap everything else in bubble wrap.
We don't want to lose you. That's what it is. You're so precious to us and so damn clumsy.
Yep, there we go. So, but it's not about me anymore for once. That's a surprise, isn't it? And it's all about this action here on track. We've got 30 seconds until the start of this F final. Well, we can see the cars lined up on the grid there. It's very confusing here because, of course, you went and just spoke to Paul, who is not the same Paul we spoke to previously, nor the Paul that is currently listening to this feed as well on the camera stand, or any of the other Pauls around the pits, or anything like, or the Paul in the film from the Alien film. What's his name? Simon Pegg. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Paul's a popular name, but there's none in our Pretenders to the Podium, is there?
No, that's a good point. Yeah. Okay. So, here we go, final countdown. F final about to get underway. So, off and running with the F final here in Austria. It's Gerd Pfeiffer leading them off from the pole position in the number 1 car, but once again, there's absolute carnage. They go across that corner tabletop jump. The bright orange car is the race leader, car number 1. And we see the number 2 car lunging at him for that second spot. That's Ralph Missel in the number 2 car. Oh, these two cars battling out for the lead on the first lap here in the F final. They go across the triples now, down the front straightaway.
Mr. Bathy informs us that it's raining in Bath. Hard luck. He also requests that you list off some of the names and makes and brands. As I knock another bottle. But you're going to do that, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah, we've got the A final leg 2 is up next, and we'll have the full set of driver introductions for that A final. Matt has been working like I don't quite know what to say, like a
beaver,
eager beaver out there in the pits, getting all the sponsor sheets filled in for me. How many sponsor sheets did you get filled in today, Matt?
Just the one.
Just one. There we go. So luckily for me, I've been around there, and I've filled in most of the other ones with the drivers.
It's just so sad you know all the others off by heart anyway. It's just the one we didn't expect, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's the one driver that we didn't think, and we'll, of course, come on to that when we get into that A final a little bit, but it's not about the A final now, it's about the F final, out on track. And the number 1 car, that bright orange car going across the ski jump at the far side of the track, that is the race leader. Goes across the tabletop at the back of the track. So halfway through this F final, Gerd Pfeiffer in that 1 car leading them away at the moment. Two minutes left here in this F final. It's Gareth Stanton from Great Britain now taking over the lead in the number 4 car. So that number 4 car comes round this last few corners over the triples. Down the front straightaway. For the other cars as they complete lap number 6 here in this F final, but it's about Gareth Stanton out in front, the number 6 car. sliding the car across the cobblestones. Up the short chute and then over the bridge. Through the infield part he goes and then back over the triples. We have got 1 minute left of racing. So we got 45 seconds left here in this F final. Gareth Stanton out in front, Gerd Pfeiffer running second, and Nicholas Roos running in third. So car 4, Gareth Stanton out in front. Across the triples he goes and then down the front straight one more time. This is going to be the last lap of this F final. 4-1-7-2. The first 4 cars, Stanton, Pfeiffer, Roos and Missel. Through this triple jump one more time. The number 4 car, Gareth Stanton, going to cross the line to take the win in this final. The number 1 was Gerd Pfeiffer finishing second, and Nicholas Roos finishes in the third spot. So that is the end of this F final. It's Stanton from Pfeiffer. Florian Eberhard makes it up into the third. Nicholas Roos in fourth, and Ralf Missel in the 5th spot. So coming up next will be the A final, leg number 2. So just a few minutes time before we begin A final, leg number 2. And we'll give you the full set of driver introductions for this final. And I'm just going to hand you over to Matt quickly to talk you through how the cars are lining up for this this final and what you can see out on the track.
Well, out on track there is people sweeping, bit of dust being kicked up, but actually it's looking really nice out there. The track's drying out nicely, quite a bit of groove. We are running around like nutters at the moment, which is fun.
So we will do our photo session, grid shots before the race. So avian cars can go to the onto their grid spots before we do warm-ups, and we'll do driver's presentation, all like this stuff.
So we're just going to get the cars sorted out and ready to go onto the grid. And we're just getting everything prepared up here for the A final.
You got the ones from two-wheel drive?
And we're just getting the sponsor sheets ready for everyone for the last for these A finals. Do you want to get this position? Nah. 2 extra ones. So we're just getting everything sorted out for this A final leg number 2. Thank you very much for joining us here at rcracing.tv or EFRA.ws. We've got all the cars there out on the grid.
That's all right. That's all right.
So yeah, please keep getting involved through the live feed or on Twitter. You can tweet me at RC Racing Ollie. So you're watching this live here from Ferring in Austria. And we're getting towards the 5-minute countdown before this A final, leg number 2. We've got 10 cars out on the grid. You can just see some of the media and other drivers just taking photos of the cars on that starting grid. You're Neumann, the winner of that first leg of the A final. Lee Martin pushing him hard, but then braking his car with just a couple of laps to go before the end. So left Hupo Honigel, Jon's teammate, to come through to take second in that first leg of the A final. I'm just having the last few people clearing the grid at the moment. Just looking at the official clock, saying just over 3 minutes until we begin the start process for A final number 2. And as soon as we start off with the driver introductions, we'll bring you those live here as well. 10 very competitive cars sitting there on the starting grid, and I think we've seen from the last final that potentially, well, any one of them can win it. We saw Miguel coming up from 8th on the grid. So here we go then. These are the drivers that are racing in this 4-wheel drive A final at the 2012 Electric Off-Road European Championships. We've got some of the press there out on the grid as the drivers are being introduced up onto the main driver stand. So we're going to kick off with 10th place on the starting grid, driving a team associated car powered by Vampire motor, Vampire speed controller and Vampire batteries using KO radio gear. From Germany, starting 10th on the grid, is Stefan Pfeifhofer. 9th place on that starting grid, driving a Schumacher Cat SX3 car powered by a Speed Passion motor, Speed Passion ESC and Speed Power batteries using a Sanwa radio from Great Britain. 9th on the starting grid is Tom Cockerell. 8th place on the A final grid, driving a TLR XXX4 using an advanced electronics motor, speed controller and a Nosram battery using a Spectrum radio gear from Lisbon in Portugal, former 1/8 off-road European champion. Starting 8th, Miguel Matias. 7th place on that starting grid, driving a Kosho using Team Orion motor, Team Orion speed controller and Team Orion batteries and a KO Pro radio gear. Started second, finished second in the 2-wheel drive event. 7th on this A final grid from Sweden, David Ronnefeldt. As we move up onto the 6th place on this A final grid, driving a team associated B44.1 car using LRP motor and LRP speed controller and Really battery with a KO Pro radio gear. former two-wheel drive world champion, starting 6th on this grid from Great Britain, is Neil Cragg. Moving up to 5th place on the starting grid, driving a Team Durango car, powered by LRP speed controller, LRP motor, LRP batteries, and using a Futaba radio. From Vienna in Austria, multiple-time European champion, starting 5th on the grid, and 2nd place in that first leg of the A final. It's Hupo Honigel, 4th place on the A final grid, driving a team-associated B44.1 buggy, using a Reedy motor, LRP speed controller, Reedy battery, using a KO radio, and from Great Britain, another British driver here in this A final, starting 4th on the A final grid, is Paul Bradby, moving into the top 3, driving a TLR XX4, using Team Orion motor, Team Orion speed controller, and a Team Orion battery, with a Spectrum radio from Great Britain. His first four-wheel drive European Championship for 6 years, and he puts it 3rd on the A final grid with the same buggy he used 6 years ago. From Great Britain, 3rd on the grid, Darren Bloomfield. Your 2nd place driver, driving a Tamiya car with a Speed Passion motor, Speed Passion speed controller, and Speed Power batteries, using a Sanwa radio. The two-wheel drive European Champion 2012, 2nd on this A final grid in four-wheel drive, from Great Britain, Lee Martin. And your TQ driver for this, the 2012 Electric Off-Road European Championships four-wheel drive from Ferring in Austria, the defending champion, driving a Durango DEX 410 buggy, using a Speed Passion motor, a Speed Passion speed controller, Thunder Power battery, and a Sanwa M11X radio. From Germany, TQ driver, defending champion, Jon Neumann. While we get these cars gridded up for the A final, we just need to adjust our camera positions. Don't go anywhere. We're back in 30 seconds. Hello and welcome back here. Thanks for that. Sticking with us just in that short break. We just had to make sure everything was ready to go for this A final leg number 2. The drivers out onto their warm-up laps now. Jon Neumann, massive pressure on his shoulders after a win in that first A final. Lee Martin, even more pressure on his shoulders after breaking his car in the first leg. Hupo Honigel, starting 5th on the grid, came through to finish in the 2nd spot. The side of the track is packed with spectators, cheering on every single car as they come down that side straight away. This is the A final, leg number 2. You're watching this live at EFRA.ws or rcracing.tv or any of the hundreds of sites around the world that have embedded this video. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Ollie Meggett. We've got Matt McCallum on the camera, Paul on the far side camera on the back of the track. We are covering this track from every possible angle. This is live from Ferring in Austria. The cars making their way onto this starting grid. It's Jon Neumann starting on the pole. Winner of leg 1, the defending champion. The simple math goes like this. If Jon wins this race, he is European champion once again. Lee Martin starting 2nd. Needs to get past him as soon as he can, I think, in order to put the pressure on. Darren Bloomfield 3rd on the grid. What can he do in this final? And what about Hupo Honigel? 5th place on the starting grid, but moves right up into 2nd in the last leg. Neil Cragg, Tom Cockerell, didn't have very good first finals, didn't even make the first lap complete. What are they going to do in this leg number 2? We have no idea. What we do know is we will find out that in the next 5 minutes. We have got 10 cars on the grid. Marshals are out. The race director, Paul, gives the thumbs up. Here we go in the 10-second countdown. And we're off and running. Jon Neumann from pole gets a good start. Lee has to turn very hard through that first corner, but challenges him straight away as they come across the tabletop for the first time. Onto the back section of the track, across the corner on the tabletop. It's 1 and 2. Lee looks to the inside. Jon gets a bit sideways, but can't make a move there. Jorn just had the inside line covered. Down on the brakes, they go into the cobbled section of the track. Up the short shoot and then back over the top of the bridge. It's Jorn leading from Lee at the moment. Darren Bloomfield, Paul Bradby, 1, 2, 3, 4 as they come across the triples for the first time. Jorn Neumann starting to pull a small gap over Lee as they come down the start-finish straight. Lee gets very wide. Bloomfield looks to the inside, but there wasn't a gap there. Jorn is pulling a gap as they go down the back straight and across the ski jump. It is the one car, German driver Jorn Neumann, defending champion. TQ driver won the first leg out in front. Lee Martin throwing everything he's got at this now. He's got to get a good result in here. He wants to challenge for that. He wants that four-wheel drive title back. He won in Austria 2 years ago. But it's all about Jorn Neumann at the moment. Out in front, round that carousel section. Over the triples goes Jorn, Lee, Bloomfield, Bradby. Hoopo is there. It's more or less in grid order at the moment. Cars running in their grid order positions pretty much all the way through the field, but certainly these top 3-4 cars as they go across the tabletop jump. Jorn is out in front. Lee much closer than we saw in that first leg. He is certainly challenging him hard. Jorn comes down the diagonal straight onto the cobblestones. Sliding the car. Lee is right there in second place. We have 1 minute and 20 seconds on the race clock. 3.5 minutes or so left in this race. Lee Martin looks to challenge Jorn as hard as he can on this first section of the race. They come down the start straight one more time. Jorn Neumann out in front. Lee Martin running in second and Darren Bloomfield running in the third spot. We've really got a battle here for second at the moment between Lee Martin and Darren Bloomfield. The second and third place cars, the orange car and the white and blue car. Across the triples they go. Through the diagonal straight onto the cobbles. Sliding the cars around that hairpin, up the short chute and then across the bridge. Second and third place drivers battling for that second and third place position. Both British drivers over the triples goes Lee and Bloomfield. Down the front straight, we are about halfway through this race. Halfway home, drivers, halfway home. And Jorn Neumann is halfway home to a European title once again. Jorn Neumann, the red and yellow car out in front, across the three fingers in the middle of the track. But we're watching the battle for second place, I think, between it's Lee versus Darren Bloomfield for second at the moment. And that's just allowing Jorn to pull a small gap out in the lead. You can see the three of them going around that carousel section. And then across the triple jumps, those second and third place cars go across triples as Jorn flashes down that front straightaway. So Jorn out in front, he goes across the big tabletop jump at the back of the track. Onto the corner tabletop for Jorn now. Towards the hairpin. This is the second A final here in Fehring, Austria. Jorn Neumann out in front. Clear of the field now, across the bridge. Through the infield part of the track. Just to give you the running order updated, it's Jorn, Lee, Darren, Paul, Neil, Miguel. As Jorn makes a mistake going across the triple jumps, that allows Lee and Bloomfield to close up. But look at the lead that Jorn has got. He had such a lead that didn't matter, as it didn't in leg number one. And now this battle for second place. The two British drivers side by side across the tabletop jumps. Bloomfield looking to get past Martin as they go across the three fingers. Onto this paved section of the track. Bloomfield trying to find a way up the inside at the end of the short chute. There wasn't room there. Through the infield they go. Over the jump. Across the triples. Down the front straightaway. This is the battle for second place. We have got 1.5 minutes left on the race clock. 1.5 minutes to go. Jorn out in front. This battle for second place. Lee Martin, Darren Bloomfield clearing the tabletop jump. Across the corner table as Lee rolls the car. That puts Bloomfield through into the second spot. Bloomfield out to the two. We have 1 minute left in this A final number 2. Jorn Neumann is 1 minute away from winning his second in a row and third overall four-wheel drive European title. Down the front straight for the young German driver. Through the first turn, down the back straight. Across the tabletop jump and then over the big tabletop. On the corner tabletop, we have got 50 seconds on the race clock. Over the three fingers and then onto the paved section track. Bloomfield coming hard for him. Bloomfield was quick on the last lap. Bloomfield was quicker on the lap before. But Jorn is in cruise mode at the moment. He knows he's got about 2 laps left. They clear the triples. He hits the stripe now. There is 30 seconds left. He hits the stripe. This could be the last lap as Bloomfield makes a big mistake. Jorn Neumann is in the lead by 4 seconds. Jorn Neumann potentially on his final lap. He comes round the hairpin across the three fingers. The German driver took the title in power last year. He is about 5 corners away from wrapping up that title for a second year in a row. Jorn Neumann across the bridge through the infield. We have got 5 seconds left. He clears the triple jumps now. Round the final corner. Jorn Neumann wins the European title for the second year in a row. Jorn Neumann is four-wheel drive European champion. Darren Bloomfield finished the leg in second place. Lee Martin in third. But it is about Jorn Neumann, the driver with his Team Durango buggy, wraps up his second four-wheel drive title in as many years. What a drive there from the young German. He's been congratulated up on the driver's stand by all his fellow drivers. And wow, what an A final, leg number 2 we just had there. Jorn Neumann out in front, but once again a few mistakes from him, and it was the British drivers, Darren Bloomfield and Lee Martin, that challenged him for that A final win. But no, it's all about Jorn Neumann taking the win in this second A final. He wraps up the title. Jorn Neumann is European champion. Once again, the car's being carried off to the scrutineering area by all of the by the track officials. Now the mechanics not allowed to touch the cars after the A final. They'll all go into scrutineering. Jorn's car especially will be stripped down, make sure every part on that is legal, make sure everything is above board. That'll be the job of Paul Worsley, the section chairman. He'll be taking a good look at those buggies. But wow, what a dominating performance from Jorn Neumann, the multiple time champion, now 3 times European champion. And wow, I'm not sure what to say. That's been absolutely fantastic there. As we look at the drivers in the, or mechanics in the pit lane. See Dan Bloomfield at the bottom there, the shot. As he watches his car being put into scrutineering. He challenged hard. He challenged Lee Martin hard, but there's no doubt about Jorn Neumann. Dominating performance here. He TQ'd 3 of the 4 rounds yesterday. 2 A finals, 2 wins. What a fantastic display of driving we've just seen here on this demanding training circuit. We've seen how it's caught out every single driver here, from including the new European champion, but it's him who made the least mistakes and had the fastest buggy out there. He takes the victory, he takes the title, and what must these other guys be feeling? That's twice in a row now where he has dominated this event. Those guys need to find something else to be back on pace with Jorn Neumann. If you're looking for driving in four-wheel drive around the world, it's got to be Jorn Neumann at the moment. His world result was not what it could have been, perhaps, but Scotty alluded to that yesterday when we spoke to him. But we've seen how difficult this track is, and well, let's try and get an expert opinion on this fairing circuit. We spoke yesterday to Austrian driver Peter Pinish. Peter, unfortunate not to make the A final this year, had not a great qualifying session. So let's look at when we spoke to Peter and asked him to voice an on-board, off-board, sort of on-board lap around this fairing circuit. But well done to Jorn Neumann, European champion. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. But here is Peter Pinish, an expert at this circuit, and this really puts in perspective what Jorn's achieved here. So here on four-wheel drive qualifying day at the 2012 European Championships, we've got top Austrian driver Peter Pinish here, and we're going to have a look at one of Peter's laps from his early qualifying run. We're going to ask Peter just to talk through the lap, pick out the difficult features on the track. So thanks for joining us, Peter. We'll start off here on the back straightaway, going away from the driver's stand. Is it about setting the car up for this first jump?
Yeah, it's really good. You must set the car really good after the tabletop, then you have the speed to go over the big table.
And then this corner tabletop jump here, so is it trying to land on the top of the tabletop or on the down ramp then?
The fastest line is to jump in the when you go downstairs, and you hit the throttle again, so that's the fastest line, but it's not easy to take it every time. So.
And then we've seen the car go across the 3 fingers there. That's easier in four-wheel drive?
That's much easier in four-wheel drive than in two-wheel drive, but then you go with the four-wheel on the concrete, and there is massive understeering. And
so, yeah, we've seen a lot of the cars sliding through there, not getting
really
in there.
hard to do it.
What's that bridge part like?
The bridge part is you must have the right speed over the corner, that when you touch the first time the ground, that your car has the right to the next corner. Yep. That you have the right speed and
then lastly, these triple jumps at the end of the lap, double and single still in four-wheel drive.
Yes, double, single. It's also tricky because you go every time to the same place, but the car jumps every time different. So it's really tricky to go over this easy double single combination.
And then we end on the straight again, and although it's straight, still quite bumpy.
Yeah, the track is bumpy, but it's not so big problem, so it's okay.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. Thank you for talking around the lap. We've seen how tricky it is, even in four-wheel drive. We'll let you get back to your qualifying. Stay tuned for all the news here from four-wheel drive qualifying day in Ferring. Well, there we go, Peter showing us how difficult this circuit here in Austria is. And Matt McCallum just comes back up to join me in the commentary box. 2 A finals there, 2 wins for Jorn Neumann. That's, well, he's really the dominant force in four-wheel drive, much as Lee is in two-wheel drive. It's all about Jorn in four-wheel drive at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I think almost that Lee was shaken a bit more in two-wheel drive than Jorn was in four-wheel drive, though. He was so calm going into it, so kind of shrugged it off, almost. He wasn't worried going into this, and he shouldn't have been, really. He was just focused. I'm going to go and have a chat to him now and see if we can bring that to you. And obviously Hupo as well. I'll have a word with him if he's sat next to him, which I believe he is over at the pit table.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't even say where Hupo finished. It was outside the top 3 in that leg, so it'd be interesting to catch Hupo's opinion of that race. But a good run for the British drivers there, Darren Bloomfield and Lee Martin. Well, it was a great race between them, and if it hadn't been for Lee Martin, that would have been a great race for the lead. But it was just a race for second place, and you know, second place is in many ways the first loser.
Of course, yeah. I need to see that race again, actually, because.
Well, funny you should say that, but you'll be able to watch it all later on this evening at rcracing.tv or EFRA.ws when we put the full highlights package up. We'll revoice all of that and get those finals so you can see the mistakes that Jorn made, but the gaps that he had.
Blow by blow. It will be there for you to see in a compacted version, just the important bits. But also, Paul mentioned to me earlier, some absolutely cracking finals lower down the field, and you can watch all of them on the archived stream. This is the stream that you're watching now, but of course this will be available for all time. When we end the stream, it processes for a while, so there's about half an hour where you can't watch it, but then obviously you can come back tomorrow and you can watch 6-7 hours. I don't know how many hours we've captured over the weekend, but you can watch it all if you really want to. But
so you can hear the moment when I dropped water everywhere across the media centre.
You can hear the moment where Ollie also told us what the Swiss are famous for. We won't say that now. You have to.
That was from two-wheel drive finals day. Yeah, so you can go back and watch that again if you want, and we'll have much more of that as we go through today, I'm sure.
Yes, we will. But I need to go and find a European champion.
You do need to go and find a European champion. Put your roving reporter's mic on, not as I called it yesterday, the rover reporter mic, because that's a sort of dog. And it's not anything to do with dogs. It's just a microphone really with some headphones. So we're going to send Matt off into the pits shortly. But we're just going to I need to have a quick break here and have a mouthful of drink at least as we line the cars up here for the E final. Here, and we're into the start procedure. So this is the E final off and running. E final off and running here in Ferring in Austria, and as they come around to complete the first lap, it's Andreas from the pole position taking the lead on the first lap from Mark Pitch, Andreas Daving, and Jesper Rasmussen.
Before I even leave the media tower here at rcracing.tv, I can bring you the first rumour, which is what do rumours do?
What do rumours do? They
circulate.
Yep.
They're rampant sometimes. There is a rumour, a lot of drivers are asking for some more finals because we were told we would have to stop by lunchtime because the weather was going to be terrible. But the weather isn't terrible, and so they want to keep racing. So there is talk of perhaps, after the prize-giving ceremony, some fun finals.
Would that be a chance for us to drive some finals?
Yes. And I'm going to go and have a word with Jorn, see if you can drive his buggy.
If I could drive a European Championship winning car, that would be quite amazing. I mean, I've driven a world podium finishing car. Elliot Harper once let me drive his Tamiya. He did half of that and went, don't do that again.
I once stood on Andy Moore's car.
We've all stood on Andy Moore's car.
Yeah. I've often leant upon the glass box which houses his world's winning car at HBI's. In their meeting room, I often sit on that Perspex box.
That's nice and safe. So if Andy Moore's listening, I don't think Andy Moore is listening. I hope he's not listening because he's concentrating on the UK National at Halifax at the moment, where most of those guys are. So In fact, if you are watching at Halifax,
Andy!
You can't do that. We have to be impartial.
Go everybody!
There we go. So completely impartial there. But if you are listening, and if you are at Halifax, most of you there have probably got my phone number, so send me a text or send me a tweet as well, and we can give you a shout out there. I can tell you, if you're at Halifax, and it's probably right. Let's assume it's raining at Halifax because it always rains at Halifax.
We know it's raining in Bath.
Which, of course, the two places in the country that couldn't be further apart, really. If you don't know UK geography, as Matt clearly doesn't, Bath is in the south of the country and Halifax is in the far north of the country.
It'll be getting nice and oily if it is raining.
Yeah, yes, it'll be. Well, it's been underwater for 2 weeks already, but if it makes you feel any better, I've now opened another button on my shirt here in the RC Racing TV Media Centre because it is so hot up here. I wish we had air conditioning, but no, Matt's being eco-friendly.
Well, you know, let's see how it goes. We're having fun finals later, apparently, if you believe what's to be said. So maybe we'll have fun air conditioning as well.
Fun finals, fun air conditioning. What more could you want here on finals day from the 2012 European Championships?
Some coverage of the E-final.
Okay, we'll get back to coverage of the E-final. It's Mark Pitch in the 2 car out in front from Andreas Jander in the number 1 car. I'm going to send Matt out as doing some rovering reportering, and we'll see what that comes like later on. I need to put some headsets on to do that. So sorry if this you can't hear me for a second. I just need to plug this in here. And there we go. I can hear myself now, and Matt's going to mic himself up and wander off around the pits and talk to a European champion. And which European champion is he going to talk to? Is it going to be Lee Martin? Is it going to be former European champion Hupo Honigel? There's so many European champions down there, we just don't know. But hopefully it'll be the one useful European champion, the one driver who has shown how a four-wheel drive buggy should be driven, Mr. Jörn Neumann. And we keep calling him young, but he was young when he won it the first time, and that was quite a long time ago, so he's not that young anymore, I guess.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking of the other European champions I could speak to. I'm not going to speak to Neil Cragg.
No, former European champion Neil. Why is that? Another poor final there for Neil, finishing now in 8th place.
You know, I'm just going to give him some space, you know?
I think that's a safe option, I think, with Neil. He's, well, Neil's always very nonplussed about these events, I think, but you can tell he wants to win them, and we spoke to him when he finished on the podium in two-wheel drive, and a podium finish for many drivers is a great result, but for him, it still wasn't enough. So we'll find out what everyone's thoughts are as Matt wanders round the pits. But out here in the E final, Andreas Jander now takes back over the lead in the number 1 car. And if I can even find out where he is on the track, that will help me. But it looks like Paul has got the 2 of the cars in the shot, and he has indeed as they go across the ski jump at the far side of the track. So first and second place, nose to tail over the tabletop jump, and then across the last tabletop they go. Time has expired. This is the last lap. This is the race for the win of the E-final onto the cobblestones, around that hairpin, up the short chute, over the bridge. This is going to be tight racing here. Through the infield section, over the bunny hop jump, across the triples. Last chance to make a mistake. Nobody does. Who is it going to be? Who's it going to be crossing the line first? It's going to be Mark Pitch taking the win. Andreas finishing in 2nd place. Andreas David comes through in 3rd. Dimitri Burston in 4th. Then Yanni, Otto, Peter, Oscar, George, and Jesper. That was your E-final. Action all the way. The rumour of fun. Are these finals not fun enough for you, Matt? I don't know. This is some good stuff here. And let's see what happens as we go through these finals. Let me just grab a timetable so we can see. Well, it's not a decisive A-final exactly, but there's still plenty up for grabs there. The podium far from being decided. So next up is going to be the D final, and A final number 3 is currently scheduled for half an hour's time, 12:30 for the last A final. So we are half an hour away from finding out the podium to be completed, but we are far into the decision that Jörn Neumann will be European champion. Well, of course, there is a protest time, so I have to state that the result is still unofficial until we have that 3rd A final. We have a 10-minute protest period. Of course, Jörn's car may have failed scrutineering, but Jörn has raced so many of these races, I very much doubt that that's going to be the case.
Ollie.
Hello, Matt. You're down in the pits now.
Yes, I'm back at the Durango table.
We're back at the Durango table.
Jörn, congratulations.
Thank you.
Fantastic final there. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, really much. A lot.
Did you feel any pressure at any point?
Yeah, for sure, it's always pressure. But I think in the beginning Lee was very close, but then I had a good gap.
You must feel pretty confident now about four-wheel drive retaining the championship for the second year in a row.
Yeah, for sure, always. To defend this title is, I think, much better.
And the buggy?
The buggy is amazing. It's very good, fast, easy to drive. Yeah.
Oh, well done. We'll speak to you a bit more later. Thanks, Jorn. Okay, well, not much different to the last time I spoke to
No,
him,
he just sounds so calm, doesn't he? This is wow. I really don't know what to say about Jorn. He's just a man not under any pressure there at all.
No, a man who is, potentially, I'm going to have a quick word with now, Darren Bloomfield. How are you doing?
I'm all good, yeah?
I'm pretty good. I'm enjoying the day. It's good. Well, are you enjoying the day?
Yeah. I'm really enjoying driving the car. I mean, I know it's old and everyone laughs, but it's still a good car.
Well, I'm not laughing up here in the commentary box, I'll tell you that.
Ollie's not laughing in the commentary box. Nobody watching online is laughing now. I mean, maybe at the beginning, but what does that say? Does that say more about you as a driver or the longevity of the product?
I don't really know. I don't really know. I mean, everyone knew it was always a good car. It was potentially always better through the bumps. And seeing as there's no bumps on here, I guess it sways more to the driver. No, I'm only kidding. I guess it was always known as a good car. It generates enough grip. It's shorter than everyone else because obviously it's like between 8 and 12 mil shorter than some of the other brands, but it's still a really good car.
Fantastic battle with
And
Lee
second
there.
place in that second A final.
Fun. Me and Lee have raced together for God knows how many years with both dads watching, and so now to be out at the top of our game racing against each other still 15 years later is...
But in this class, with you having been away for a little while, you've just come back and maybe you've upset him a little, you've shocked him.
I doubt I've upset him. We're very good friends.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we never upset each other, but yeah, it's good fun. I mean, yeah, I have been away for a while, but I've still been racing, so it's kind of like you never forget to ride a bike. So.
Are you thinking about the 1/8 Euros while you're here? Is that on your mind?
No, not at all, because before the 1/8 Euros, I have an 8th scale national, I have the 5th scale Euros, I have a 10th scale national, then I can think about the 8th scale Euros.
Hardest working man in RC right here. What's on your mind going into the final?
Okay, so from the start, from practice, I knew the car was good. I struggled with a couple of problems with the belts, and we've made some things and done some little bits to keep that, and that's been solid now since the start of qualifying. Qualifying went good. I knew I was fast. I threw it away a couple of times myself. I guess a little bit of pressure. Then end of qualifying, I got everything together. Finally got settled with diffs and qualified good. And then for the start of the finals, I just wanted a podium. I mean, everyone wants to win. Don't get me wrong. Everyone comes here to win. If they don't, then they may as well not come.
Yeah.
So I wanted to win, but with that now obviously said and done, I wanted a podium would be really good for me. Because other than this, I mean, my highest finish at 1/10 Euros, I think 7th. So I've blown that out of the water, and I've had 4 years break from it. So it's a really good result for me, and we can go away from here and make things better and stuff. Maybe some more practice on dirt, and I think I'm probably going to do the Reedy race now. I've got that invitation to it and stuff. So yeah.
Well done so far. Plenty of people watching the stream saying go Bloomfield.
Yeah.
So yeah, popular driver. I think the challenge is now, come back next year with an even older buggy. Let's get you on eBay. Let's find something.
I'm not even sure what the buggy was before the XX4.
I'm going to find it and set you up.
Paul Worsley's close. Paul, can we introduce you into this conversation? What four-wheel drive did Losi have before the XX4? Because I actually don't know.
They didn't have one.
They didn't have one?
No, XX4 was their first one, to my knowledge. The first time we saw it was 1996, the Euros in France. And it had a magnesium chassis on it then, as a test chassis, using magnesium because it's light, so it would be similar to plastic. And memory tells me they only made 2 of those chassis before they then put it into production after testing. But I'm not aware of Losi having a four-wheel drive car before that.
Okay. Well, there we go. We all learn something new every day.
We do, yeah. Darren's taking over the interview. This is quite good. You could do my job. I certainly couldn't do your job, but thank you very much. Cheers. Right, let's keep going.
So there we go. We've already realised that Matt can be replaced quite easily then. So I don't want to be replaced though, so I'm going to get about some commentating here, and it's the D final out on track now, and we've got Dominic out in front in the number 3 car, followed by Patrick in the number 2 car. As they come round across the triple jumps, it's now the 5 of Luca Joost moving up into the 2nd spot, getting past Patrick as they went through that infield section. Matt, if you're finding one in the pits, please feel free to interrupt. But I'll focus my attention on the track at the moment, as there's a big mistake going across the back tabletop jump.
Just a really quick one and sat back down next to David. Problems?
Yeah, in the second corner, I took 2 places in the first corner, so it was really good. And after the big jump, I was taken out by someone, I don't know who it was. And then I was back in the pack and started to take some places, bump up spots, and I hit the fence on the bridge, so my turnbuckle popped off. So that was the problem.
How does this compare to two-wheel drive?
I think the four-wheel drive is more easy to push harder, and then you want to go faster every time, and you push too much, and then maybe there comes some mistakes, and you hit something you don't want to hit. So that was the problem for me.
I think people are surprised that you can make the podium in two-wheel drive and struggle a bit more with this one, because you're generally seen that two-wheel drive is the tough one.
Yeah, exactly. But in the qualification in four-wheel drive, I had some bad luck. I made some small mistakes that cost me. It was so tight. I mean, from the 3rd place to 6th, I think it was on the same points, like 6 points. I had 9. So in Q3 and Q4, I had TQ runs, but I made a mistake in both runs, so that cost me the good place on the grid. So
then, of course, you lost the final round.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, some tough luck there, but still very impressive stuff. Thank you very much, David.
So that's David Ronnefeldt there. Matt roving around the pitch trying to get some news from the drivers.
Yeah.
And out on track at the moment is Luca Joost in the number 5 car, the orange and blue car going across the 3 fingers. That he leads this D final onto the brick section of the track, then back over the bridge, landing on the rubber downside, and then across the infield part of the track. It's 5, 2, and then 4. So that's Luca Joost leading Patrick Vogt, and then Nicholas Manson in 3rd at the moment. We have got less than 1 minute of racing here in this D final. So out in front is the number 5 car of Luca Joost. Patrick Vogt running in 2nd. And Nicholas Manson in 3rd with 20 seconds left on the race clock at the moment. So this is going to be the last lap for these drivers. They go around the hairpin, back across the 3 fingers. It's a race to the line now. Luca, Patrick, Nicholas up the cobbled section. Oh, he clips a pipe on the inside over the bridge. Luca holds on to the lead. Coming round the last corner, across the triples, and then we've got, oh, makes a mistake going across triple jumps, and that's going to put the number 2 car, Patrick, comes across the line to take the win. Nicholas finishes in 2nd. Luca Joost down to 3rd. Mistake on the triple jump on that last lap of the race. Bad luck there from Luca, but that's what it's all about. Patrick applied the pressure, forced a mistake, and then took the win at the very last part of the lap. And that final lap there, here in the D final at the Off-Road European Championships 2012 from Ferring in Austria. You're watching it on EFRA.ws, rcracing.tv, or anyone who's taken this video around the world. Thank you very much for joining us. Please keep tweeting in at RC Racing Ollie. Daniel Pearson, still watching along, has tweeted us a picture saying morning coffee and watching us live and for free on the computer. What more could you want? And indeed, what more could you want there?
Sunshine.
Sunshine. We've got sunshine, Matt.
No, them. What more could
they could want sunshine. Yes, they could. It's, I reckon it's heading up towards 30 degrees again.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
I haven't got a thermometer.
No?
But
haven't you got one of those wonderful phone things that does everything?
No.
No, okay. So, I mean, Paul Worsley knows everything, doesn't he? So he probably knows what the temperature is exactly now, doesn't he? But we spoke to Paul earlier. So interesting there to hear that Bloomfield actually can't race an older buggy than the buggy he's actually racing now. Unless he can get hold of one of those 2 magnesium chassis by the sound of it. But I can imagine those are back at an R&D factory somewhere gathering dust, much like Andy Moore's touring car that you mentioned earlier that you sat on. I don't think Matt can hear us anymore as he's wandering around the pits. And in fact, Matt's walking back up to the commentary box and seeing her approaching the door here closing the door nice and quietly for everybody. So it's a nice, slick, smooth operation going on here. Like the track conditions out there, slick and smooth.
Hello.
And Matt, back in the commentary box. Hello, Matt. Have you got any other exciting news for us at the moment? As he looks confused at the screen. And, well, he's just adjusting himself, let's put it that way.
I'm just dehydrated.
He's dehydrated. That's how hot it is here. It is hot enough to dehydrate Matt McCallum.
With your, Ollie, with your, I don't want to put you on the spot, with your mathematical, fanatical brain, are you able to surmise what might happen with the rest of the podium? Who's racing for what? What's possible for who to achieve?
I think I understood the question there, even if you didn't necessarily. Well, I can use my excellent mathematical brain to say one thing. Jorn Neumann has won this European Championship. Nobody apart from Jorn can finish on the top step of the podium. I'm just going to have to wait for the timing screen to load up the page I'm after here. So let's have a look at the results so far. Well, basically, the way it works out is this. It's the best 2 scores out of the 3 legs. Currently sitting with the best two scores they've got so far, Darren Bloomfield, sitting second overall with a second and a third. So he's got 5 points. So that's currently the person sitting in the second spot. So if anyone can achieve 5 points, they can be second. And that's going to be either Darren himself, Hupo Honigel could be second overall, or Lee Martin could be second overall. And then we move on to third overall, which is held at the moment by Hupo with a second and 7th. That's 9 points. So, wow. I think to summarise, Darren, Hupo, Lee, who else can make the podium then? Miguel, Bradders. The only people that can't make the podium, I think that's a shorter list. Well, that's still a long list actually. I think the only person who can't make the podium now, according to my dodgy maths, is Tom Cockrell. Everybody else, I think, can actually finish on the podium if results go their way. It'll be very hard for Neil Craig to finish on the podium. He's got to win the race, which isn't hard in itself, but then probably have Tom Cockrell finish in second place or something like that. I'm not going to try and work that. That's difficult to work out. But I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll let the third race run and then see how they finish and work it out after that.
Yeah, I just want to say hello to Shane Foote. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. And answer to your question, I believe, yes, you have missed the first day final. Judging by the time you put that post, you probably saw the second day final. Not to fear, though. It's all going to be archived and available for all time. So you can watch this whole day unfold, or you can watch the highlights package like a normal person later on tonight. And
I assume I'm going to be hosting that highlights package later on?
No, we're going to get Darren Bloomfield to do it because
I think that'll be good.
Because he's definitely got something there. I think he's definitely got a presenter in the making. So yeah, we're in talks with him about coming to replace you next year or possibly replace me.
That's exciting there. So pressure is on all of us as the pressure is on the cars on the track. This is the C final just getting underway here in Ferring in Austria. Kari Samela leading this one away from Peter. And Kim, that is the first 3 cars. It was at the end of the first lap. It's the number 1 car of Carry Out in front. Of course, we've got the B final up next. And earlier on this morning, they had a practice run. And that B final, I think, was some of the funniest racing I've seen out there. Peter Pinish, obviously qualifying down in 9th in the B final. He's certainly got pace to make the A, so he was a fast car out there. As we see a mistake from the race leader, so we've got a change of lead. Peter up into the lead here in this C final. These guys taking it seriously for the win in the C final. But the B finalists are going to be a bit disappointed that that they didn't make the A, and we see the B finals often, those guys then relax a bit more. I say relax a bit more. Everyone in the A finals seems pretty relaxed, so these guys they might as well be lying down to drive the cars, I guess, or pulling out some deck chairs to the side of the track. But no deck chairs up here in the commentary box. We're leaning out the window, commentating here on this C final taking place. It's Peter in the number 2 car, leading this field across the ski jump on the far side of the track. Then it's going to be a battle for second behind it as a car makes a big mistake on the landing, but no doubt about the leader, Peter, not involved in that mistake. Hangs on to the lead, and then it looks like, well, let's have a look as they come around and cross the bridge on this lap number 4 of this C final here. The 2 car in front, followed by the 7 and the 1. So it's Peter leading, Carlos Vidal running in second. Kari Samela in the 3rd spot at the moment. We are halfway through this C final. Finals day coming to an end early here in Ferring, Austria with the unknown weather, but looking around the track now, it's absolutely beautiful sunshine. If we'd known this for sure, we would have scheduled some more rounds of qualifying today and the finals later on. But as it is, we're running this C final. C finalists just get one leg, as do the B finalists. A finalists getting the 3 legs. We'll have the 3rd leg later on, as we've had Peter in the 2 car hounded hard by Carlos in the 7 and Carrie in the 1. So thank you very much for everyone who's joining us in this early morning finals day. And I say early morning, it's probably now lunchtime. I bet I've missed my lunch once again. Yeah, it's 12:15 here in Austria. So yeah, it's nearly lunchtime, but we're not worrying about lunch, we're worrying about the action here on track and the A final, 3rd leg. We've got coming up very, very soon here at EFRA.ws and rcracing.tv. But it's the 2 from the 1 now. It's Carrie Samela moving up into the 2nd spot. Nose to tail, down the back straight they go. We have got 1.5 minutes of racing action left here in this C final. Oh, it's 2 mistakes as both the leaders roll the cars around that tabletop jump at the far side of the track. And it's the 2 of Peter hanging on to the lead. But he makes a mistake, going across the 3 fingers there. So it is now the 10 car from the back of the grid. Julian Formenton out in the lead, hounded by the pole sitter, Caro Samela. We have got 1 minute of hot racing action here from Ferring. It's hot, it's humid, and the cars are fast on this circuit. This is ideal conditions for racing 110cr electric 4-wheel drive buggies around this difficult Ferring circuit. It's the 10, the 1, and then the 4. That is the race order, but the 4 moves up the inside. That's Thomas Holicky moving up to the 2nd spot, almost moving up to the 2nd spot. 2 cars tangle at the end of the short shoot. Referees are going to ask the cars to wait there, as they do properly. That's excellent sportsmanship from that battle for 2nd place, but that just allows Julian Formenton to have a good lead in the first place at the moment with 45 seconds left on the clock. It's 1.5 laps to go or so from these top drivers. We've got some 6-sounding cars in front of us, but no 6-sounding car for Julian out in front across the 3 fingers. The orange and white buggy is the race leader. 30 seconds left on the clock, so he's going to complete this lap and then go round one more time. So he's, well, a lap and a little bit away from taking victory. The 10 car clearing the triple jumps in front of us. It's the 1 of Carrie running in 2nd place, and then the 4 of Thomas in 3rd. This is the final lap of this C final. Across the ski jump goes our race leader, then across the big tabletop at the far side of the track. So the 10 car out in front, Julian Formenton. Round the paving stones he goes. The checkered flag is in the hands of the track owner as he comes round the last corner to win the C final. Across the triple jumps, he lands it nicely. 1 turn to go. The flag waves. We have a winner in the C final. Julian Formenton takes a win from 10th on the starting grid. It's going to be Carrie finishing in 2nd place. We've got about 7 cars on top of each other as they come across the line. It's then going to be Peter finishing in 3rd, Thomas in 4th, Oliver in the 5th spot. Julian Formenton wins the C final. Up next, it's the B final, and it's going to be fun. Okay, so drivers are bringing their cars out now for the B final. And this is your last chance if you want to send me a message on Twitter or comment on the live stream. This is your last chance to do it because we've only got 2 finals left, and I think our attention is going to be on the track for the A final for sure. But, wow. Oh, I've just seen a tweet from Kevin at RC Area. He's desperate to see the new X-Ray 4-wheel drive buggy. Well, who said there was an X-Ray 4-wheel drive buggy here? I certainly didn't. Did you say there was an X-Ray 4-wheel drive buggy here, Matt?
There's an X-Ray 4-wheel drive buggy here.
So Matt has now confirmed to the world the fact that there may well be an X-Ray 4-wheel drive buggy here.
But every time I go up to Juraj, he's not interested in talking to me, so you know.
Maybe he just doesn't like you.
It's quite possible that A, he doesn't like me, B, it's under wraps, and C, he doesn't like me.
Okay, well, interesting comments there from Matt, our roving pit reporter, expert cameraman, fairly good editor, and chief beer drinker this week, it seems, as well. Matt having many hats to wear. Again, hats getting into that conversation. Look at that. As we're just having a discussion up here.
I'm going to go do the B.
And Matt is going to go off to not commentate, he's going to film the B final for us. He could commentate and film, but I think that would be a bit odd.
I couldn't commentate and just commentate.
Matt just can't commentate in the first place. Paul's doing a little dance around the doors. He runs back up to the commentary box to drop off another empty bottle of water. And the guys working really hard to bring you these finals action here from ferrying in Austria. It may sound like it's all about me, but I've really got the easy job. I just get to watch some fantastic buggy racing action and have a bit of fun here. Thank you to everyone who has been involved so far throughout the whole week. We really hope you've enjoyed it. We've had such fun doing this live stream. It's the first time we've been doing it. We'll be doing it from all of the European Championships across the summer, and we'll be doing further coverage. It won't be live streaming, I'm afraid, but from the World Championships. But we may have something special for the On-Road World Championships for you in just a few weeks' time. To give you an idea of how hard we're working, we all fly home tomorrow lunchtime. So we're working long into the night to get that finals package highlights edited up for you. Then tomorrow we get to fly home, so we have a few hours to enjoy the scenic Austrian countryside here. And probably, well, I say enjoy the countryside, and most likely we'll be heading to the bar and then enjoying our hotel room for longer than we normally would do. Matt's filming the edge of the gantry stand there quite nicely. We can see the poles that are supporting it. And yeah, there we go. It's a sturdy structure they've built here for us in Austria. And I just want to say a big thank you to all of our hosts here. It's been really has been one of the most exciting European Championships I've been to. We've been given some great support from everyone here. We've had internet that allows us to do this properly. We've had everything we need at our disposal. So I really want to say a big thank you to the Austrian Federation and to all the guys here at the track. Especially want to say thank you to Mario and Walter Wendler for being our hosts. They've built this track. They've built pretty much everything in it. And drivers are ready here for the B main. Oh. And I just want to point out, in this race, we have got British driver Ben Jemison and Austrian expert driver Peter Pinish, who are going to have their own battle in this race. And they've got some... I'd imagine there's not money riding on this, but probably the fact that whether Ben gets taped to a post or something in the pit area, or his car ends up in the cornfield as it did previously. But we're in action here for the B final. Off and running. And it's a clean start from that pole position. Petri Strom just missing out on the A final place. Unluckily there to not make the A final, but going to try and get it done in the B final. He's challenged already by the number 2 car, the bright yellow car. Philip Stocker goes side by side with him through the infield section. And in terms of the battle for Ben not getting taped to a post, Ben is leading Peter in the back end of the field at the moment. But here we go, 1 car out in front, followed by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 and 10. They come across the triples for the first time. Strom out in front. Stocker in second, Hoffer in third, JQ running in 4th spot. JQ using a Team Durango buggy at the moment, but we have heard already this week there may well be a JQ 4-wheel drive buggy coming very, very soon. But not driving his own car at the moment, driving potentially a competitor, I guess, as he releases his own buggy in the near future. But it's the 1 car out in front, coming across the triples one more time. Petri Strom out in front, Hoffer running in, Stocker running second, Hoffer in third, JQ in 4th, looking up the inside. JQ stays in the 4th spot though. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 7, 6, 9. Ben Jemison down in 5th at the moment. Come on, Ben. Ben being a great sport, helped us out a lot with RC Racing TV's coverage of this European Championship events. We want to say a big thank you to all the drivers out there who've taken part. We've had some amazing stuff from chatting to them in the pits. Really been welcomed into their off-road racing family. But the family having an argument now. The leader comes across the triple jumps in front of us now, down the front straightaway. The leader has got a massive lead, so we're going to look at this battle for 7th, 9th, 10th places. Cars 7 and 9 at the end of the straight, going down the far side of the straight. Ben in the blue and pink buggy. Peter Pinish in the fluorescent blue and yellow buggy across the triple jump. We heard from Peter earlier how difficult this track is, and he's out on track once again here. Round the hairpin. across the triples. Ben Jemison is leading Peter Pinish, not in the overall race, but in their little inter-team battle they've got going on here. Across the bridge they go. Peter trying to find a way past Ben around this infield section here. Across the triple jumps, they both... Oh, Peter looks like Peter goes out the inside to move into the lead, but Ben coming back down the front straight. Ben retakes the lead of their inter-team battle. Peter gets sideways and puts it on the grass at the end of that back straightaway. But we're going to cut back to the race leader now, who is coming across the cobblestones up the short chute. Look at the lead that Petristrom has got. Could have made the A final, just very close on the points, but sat in the B final here and showing he can get the job done right here. The battle for second place. The first and yellow car, followed by the white car of JQ down the front straightaway. Matt picks him up at the first corner. Going away from the driver's stand, they go over the ski jump, the far side of the track. Over the corner tabletop. Onto the infield. Across the three fingers, both of them jumping it very nice and neatly. Up the short chute and then back over the top of the bridge. This is the battle for second place. Stocker, Quagrain and Hoffer. 2, 4 and 3. Whoa! Quagrain makes a big mistake on that triple jump there. Drops himself down to fourth place. And who's behind him but Ben Jemison. Ben charging hard. He's driving sensibly in this one for change. Keeping it on 4 wheels most of the time. And he's challenging JQ for that, what's going to be second, third, fourth positions. But he loses a spot there to Trauner in the 5 car, but retakes it going up the short chute. This battle goes over the bridge, round the infield section. Ben drops down a place there as Trauner moves up a place, moved up into 5th, and then Ben retakes that 5th spot there. Ben up to 5th, Trauner down to 6th. His battle for his finishes, disintegrated finishes well down the order now, quite a distance behind him. So he's now racing Trauner for, it's just for bragging rights really at this stage. We have got 1 minute left in this B final. Some fantastic racing action going on here. Oh, and Ben Jemison makes a move, moves up the inside of the all-yellow car, number 2 of Philip Stocker. Stocker made a mistake, and Jemison up into 4th spot now. His next target is going to be JQ in the all-white car. Jemison holds on to that spot as Stocker looks up the inside. Over the ski jump he goes. He takes it back and across the corner, tabletop. Ben back up into 4th. And then Stocker retaking it, going across the 3 fingers. Ben lunges up the inside on the cobblestones, but can't get it done there. 30 seconds are left in this B final, 30 seconds to go. The leader miles out in front. We're focusing on this battle here. Across the triples they go. Round the last corner, down the front straightaway. Jemison drops down another place as he gets caught up on the bike, down to 6th place. But it's not over yet. Going across the ski jump at the back of the track. The race leader going across the cobblestones now. He hits the bridge in the middle of the track. Across the bridge for our race leader. Petristrom led every lap of this race. Could have been in the A main. Wondering what might have been if he had a slightly better qualifying performance. Across the triple jumps. The number 1 car. The flag waves. And we have a winner in the B final. Petristrom takes a win in the B final. Puts it on his roof. But this is the battle behind him here. 2nd and 3rd place across the line. And who's it going to be? Ben Jemison looking for a place there. And it's going to be Jemison finishing down in the 5th spot. The finishing order. Strom, Hoffer, Quagrain, Trauner, Jemison, Stocker, Stadler, Axer, Lathmew, and Peter Pinish, despite having all the knowledge of the track and showing us the way around it, ends with a broken car in the middle of the track. The marshal recovering Peter Pinish's car by the bridge in the middle of the track. It's being carried rather sadly with only 3 wheels back towards the driver's stand. It's not a happy car for Peter Pinish there. 3 wheels is not the way to get around this. It's 4-wheel drive, not 3-wheel drive. Disappointment for Peter Pinish, but it's the B final. He's lost rather than A final. I think it's a week he'd rather forget in his 4-wheel drive event. But coming up next, it's time to get serious once again for the A final, leg number 3. Peter Pinish recovering his car there. Discussion amongst those A finalists as they look forward to this final leg. So as we get ready for A final, leg number 3. And wow, what a B final we saw there. Ben Jemison being congratulated by everyone there on his outstanding, whether it was 6th place finish. I think that's the best Ben's ever done in a Euro, so for sure we've got to get a chat with him later on. Ben's been helping us out with, gave us his buggy for us to get lost in the field of corn with earlier in the week. If you haven't seen that video, that was our Pretenders to the Podium. Well, and how are Pretenders to the Podium doing? Well, one of the drivers we mentioned, Jorn Neumann, has taken the title already, but I just want to check the poll if it's up on our RC Racing TV site. I haven't got that screen open on my PC at the moment, so well done to everyone who's voted for Jorn. You picked him well. My pick, Darren Bloomfield, in with the shot of making the podium. Matt's pick, David Ronfelk, not looking so good for a podium, but it's still anyone to take this. Drivers down in the pit lane there getting ready. And we can see the team associated team there. Lee Martin, Darren Bloomfield. That's Mick Cragg in the background there working on son Neil's car. Scotty's down in the pit. What's Scotty doing down there? So Ben out on track. Out there to marshal in the black t-shirt on the far side of the track. Chatting with the crowd. Lots of people not wearing tops now. I don't know what... I really want to know what Ben's won from that result there. Because he's probably won some food or something. So Ben Jemison walking across the track. Back down towards the cobble section of the track. And some great driving there from Ben, it has to be said. Looking at the camera. No, he's not even looking at us now. He's fully focused on his duties now as a marshal. Is he marshal? No, he's not even having to marshal, is he? Because it's the international drivers out to marshal. Although the British drivers have got to provide one marshal for this A final, and I think every other British driver has made the main A final apart from Ben. So Ben may well be back out to marshal shortly. Discussing with Peter Pinish there what happened for Peter. It all went wrong. Peter, don't quite know what that signal was, but our high five there from Tom Cockers comes down to. Well, they're all good friends in the pits, and that's the atmosphere you get in this electric off-road racing. Look, a smile there from Neil Cragg. Look at that. Wow. Neil always enjoying his racing, but takes it dead seriously. But nice chance to relax before we start a final leg number 3, and everyone inspecting their cars and each other's cars. Well, I don't want to say there's nothing to play for in this final, but well, the title's been decided, so it's this is a race for second place, unfortunately. Now as we get to the third leg of the A final, but everyone down there, they want to have good fun with this. We want to have good fun with this. Who knows what's going to actually happen? Matt is up there on our main camera stand now. Paul is wandering around the track. I think about to turn the mini cameras and all the other cameras on for this next final. And we've got JQ coming back up to our commentary box. You spend as much time up here as you do working on your cars. What was that final like for you?
Well, it was a bit boring because I was so far from the lead for the whole final, but...
You had a great race in there, though.
Yeah, well...
You want to be racing for the lead now, but it's good to race anyway.
Yeah, I think that it's a shame that if you don't make the A main, you only get to run once. I think if they had bump ups, that would make the lower finals more interesting because we're racing for nothing. If you don't make the final you want, then you're disappointed and you don't care. And if you are happy with the final you're in, then you're trying to race properly. So I think if they had bump ups, then everyone would like to race their final and there would be something to race for.
So yeah, well, maybe you can get that proposed into EFRA for next year. We'll have bump ups in electric racing. You can copy it across from nitro racing.
But you know what? I think next year I just have to make the main and then I can race.
Well, that's the way to do it, isn't it? I guess I'll make the main next time. But your attention now turning to your nitro buggy racing, no doubt, and coming back here in a few weeks' time for the 1/8 Euros held at this same track. Thoughts turning towards that one now?
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to it because the track's really nice, and now I know what it's going to be like if it's dry, and I also know what it's going to be like if it's wet, so I can prepare. I know my car is going to be good on this sort of surface, and I know what tyres to bring, so it's all good. I'm looking forward to it.
So useful. You found out lots, even if you weren't in the final you want to be in. You obviously want to be in the A main, but we saw some great racing there in the B final, so well done, and thanks for talking to us all week here in Austria, and good luck when you come back here for the 1/8.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll let you get back up there to get a prime spot for watching this A final leg number 3. So all the drivers there up on the driver stand. And is that Jorn Neumann up on the driver stand I can see there? Is he going to race this final? Is Jorn going to race this final? Are they going to let him race this final? We're going to find out. See if Matt, can you get a close up on the pit lane for me and see if we can it's very difficult from this angle. We can just see the backs of all the buggies. I don't know if we can see Jorn's car down there. I'm trying to count them on the screen. Jorn is standing up on the drive. He doesn't got a transmitter in his hand, has he? So Jorn probably not going to race this last A final by the look of it. He's got the title wrapped up. I don't know what the rules are exactly in EFRA about whether they can then race that last final. Obviously, we want to see guys racing as much as possible. But yeah, Jorn up on the driver's stand, but no transmitter in hand. And we're going to have an empty grid slot number 1, as is sometimes the case in these electric 3-leg finals. Driver can wrap it up in 2 legs as they come out for their warm-up laps here in Ferring. The last official race of the day. I guess this is the time where I need to say all of my thank yous. And it's certainly a big thank you to everyone for watching online. We really hope you've enjoyed it. As I said earlier, we've absolutely had a blast making the videos this week and bringing all this live coverage. It's the first time we've done it. It's been a brand new experience for me and Matt as well. And we hope you've enjoyed the way we've done it. And look forward to bringing you some more action in just a few days' time. We fly home from here and then head straight off to Valencia in Spain for the large-scale touring car Euro. So a completely different set of drivers, but another hot country, hopefully. More sun for us. We'll look forward to that. And it'll be some great racing action. Large-scale touring cars are fantastic to watch on film. So please join us. We're going to kick that coverage off on Friday with a qualifying day, and then Saturday for the finals from Valencia, I believe, is the schedule. But we're going to focus on electric buggy racing. We have got one race left here in Ferring. The cars are lining themselves up on the grid. It's Bradder's last car to the grid. He's lining up on that 4th spot on the grid. Jon Neumann not taking to the grid for this one, but he's up on the driver's stand, so he's going to watch. He's got a prime viewing position up there. So Lee Martin essentially has pole position, but doesn't start on the pole. He still starts on the number 2 spot. There's an empty grid slot number 1 there. So here we go. One more time around this Ferring track. A final, leg number 3. The drivers are ready, the marshal's ready. We get the thumbs up. 10-second countdown. Here we go. And they get away cleanly. It's Lee Martin leading them off from Bloomfield. As they go across the ski jump for the first time, there's carnage behind, but we're going to stay with the race leaders as they go across the corner tabletop, up to the hairpin turn, then back across the triples in the middle of the track. This is your 3rd leg of the A final. It's been decided already, but these guys, they want to finish on the podium. If you've seen the size of the trophies from this event, they are massive. They want to try and take them home. They're going to have to buy excess baggage anyway for them, but it's the 2 car of Lee Martin showing how it's done at the moment. Out in front, the orange and white car down the front straight towards the ski jump now. Across the big tabletop jump at the back of the track. I've just seen Matt's wildcard pick, David Ronnefeld, mess it up big style going across the triple jump, but it's all about Lee Martin out in front. Lee gets sideways going through the... What's going on there? No one wants to lead this race, and it's Neil Cragg in the 6 car takes the lead, the red and white car. Never, ever rule out Neil Cragg. And Hoopo nips through to take the lead now. So the 5 car of Hoopo up into the lead. Neil Cragg challenging him hard. Hoopo out in front, was 2nd in the first leg, and now leads leg number 3 down the front straight. Down the back straight they go. Hoopo Honeygall from Vienna in Austria was in the lead. Neil Cragg gets past him going over the big tabletop. Massive jump there from Neil to get past. Closes the door nicely on the apex. Hoopo down to 2nd. Cragg was in the lead, holds on to the lead. They go sideways, but Bloomfield is right there, looking to pick up the pieces, challenging both of them for this race lead. Bradders is in 4th place at the moment. It is like a British national with Hoopo Honeygall thrown in there for good measure. Brits 1, 3 and 4 at the moment. Down the front straight, Lee Martin out of this race. He's down to 9th or 9th place, I think, at the moment. But the battle for the lead. 3 cars together across the corner tabletop they go. Cragg out in front, Honeygall 2nd, Bloomfield 3rd, Bradby in 4th, across the 3 fingers, down the diagonal straight, sliding across the bricks, and then back around and over the bridge one more time. Neil Cragg making a break for the lead. Hoopo in 2nd, Bloomfield in 3rd, Bradby in 4th, once again across the triples, down the front straight. We have got 3 minutes left on the race clock at the moment. It's Cragg out in front. Hoopo running 2nd. Bloomfield tries to get around at him going into the corner tabletop, but doesn't make that work there. Drops back a bit, in fact, from Hoopo, and that allows him to focus on attacking Neil Cragg. They go over the bridge, around the carousel through the infield. Oh, man, here we go across the triple jumps. 4 cars together once again. Neil Cragg losing some ground. Bloomfield back in it, Bradders back in it, and here comes from 10th on the grid, Stefan Pfeifhofer. He is in the mix as well. As we said before, we don't know who can make the podium here, especially with order like this. And Bloomfield up to the 2nd spot, gets past Honeygall, going across the corner tabletop. This is a battle now for 2nd. 3 cars nose to tail across the slabs they go, sliding the car sides, drift style, American dirt track racing. This is dirt, but this is trying to keep the car pointing in the right direction. Cragg out in front, Bloomfield 2nd, Hoopo 3rd, Bradders down to 4th, but he's still hanging in there for this one. We have got 2 minutes left in this race. Out in front is going to be Neil Craig. Darren Bloomfield in second. As Darren clips the 3 fingers, puts it on his roof. He said he wanted to make the podium. That's not how he's going to make the podium, by putting it on his roof. So it's going to be Craig, Hoopo, Bradders, and then Pfeiffer coming on strong here. Looked up the inside coming down the triple split, and there wasn't a room there to get past Bradders. So Neil Craig out in front. Hoopo running in second. Bradders third as they go across the corner tabletop jump now. Neil Craig out in front across the 3 fingers. We've got this battle for second place now. Oh, as all the cars getting involved going across the 3 fingers, that gives Hoopo a clear second place. And from 10th on the grid, Pfeiffer is up into the 3rd spot. But lands it badly coming off the table, off the bridge in the middle. Bloomfield looks away past, but Pfeiffer hanging on to the 3rd spot. The driver that me and Matt had never heard of coming to this event puts himself in 10th in the A final and is now running in 3rd spot in this 3rd leg. 45 seconds to go. There's a fantastic battle going on here for the 3rd place in this A final. 40 seconds left on the race clock. I'm keeping an eye on Neil Craig. He's still clearing the lead at the moment, but we've got Hoopo Honeygall is clear in 2nd place. This is the battle for 3rd. 30 seconds left, so we're going to come around. Neil Craig is going to start his last lap now. Hoopo is going to start his last lap now. This battle for 3rd place is going to start his last lap now. Craig goes down the back straight, hits the ski jump. Neil Craig clearing the tabletop jump. 20 seconds left on the race clock. The battle for Pfeiffer still in 3rd spot. We're going to focus on Neil Craig. Neil Craig through the 3 fingers. Down the diagonal straight he goes on the bricks. Back across the bridge he goes. Pfeiffer is still clear in the 3rd spot at the moment. Here, time has expired. The flag comes out. Neil Craig wins A main number 3. Hoopo comes through to finish in 2nd place. That may be enough for 2nd overall. We don't know yet. Behind them, it's going to be Pfeiffer finishing in 3rd. Bradders and then Bloomfield side by side across the line. Bradders taking 4th. Bloomfield in 5th. If we were looking for some action, we had to wait till the 3rd leg of the A final, but right there, that was some amazing buggy racing going on there. Fantastic drive. Neil Craig taking a well-deserved win in leg 3. What might have been if he'd have got that start in 1 or 2. Hoopo Honeygall finishing 2nd place. Pfeiffer in 3rd. Bradders in the 4th spot. Bloomfield 5th. Ronnefeld, Cockerell, Martin. Lee Martin down in 8th place. This is going to be a 4-wheel drive. Lee Martin wants to forget, I think. Miguel Matthias in 9th. And, of course, your Norman not starting. We are going to work those points out because this is going to be mighty, mighty close. The cars have all been taken into scrutineering now. Let me just see if I've got an updated screen here. I have got an updated screen, and provisionally the podium looks like this. Your Neumann confirmed as European champion with 2 points, 2 wins. Hoopo Honeygall going to take 2nd overall with 2 second places. So Team Durango 1 and 2 in this 4-wheel drive Euros. Darren Bloomfield, the 14-year-old buggy. We heard earlier he cannot get an older buggy. That such a thing does not exist. Darren Bloomfield 3rd on the podium with a 3rd and a 2nd, giving him 5 points overall. 4th place, Paul Bradby with 2 4th places. Then behind them, it'll be Craig, Pfeiffer, Matthias, Lee Martin, 8th place overall at the end of that. That's got to be disappointing. 2nd on the grid. His best result is a 3rd. He's 8th, 3rd place and 2 8ths, puts him 8th overall. Ronnefeld, star of 2-wheel drive, finishes up 9th. Tom Cockerell made the main, finishing in 10th place. No doubt about the champion, your Neumann. It's a Durango 1-2 here in Austria as the drivers put their cars in scrutineering. The track falls quiet here in Austria. Prize giving ceremony is up next. We've got a 10-minute protest period, but no protest about the winner there. Your Neumann doesn't even run the 3rd leg, has got it wrapped up. Hoopo Honeygall 2nd overall. 2nd in the leg, 2nd overall. Bloomfield 3rd overall. And Neil Craig, despite winning that last leg, that's not enough for him. He's going to be down in 5th place overall. So the track's going to be cleared now. We can see Paul there running around picking up all of our cameras. He's not got enough hands to carry all of our cameras. We're going to have fantastic multi-camera action when we come back for the TV show later on in the year. But wow, I'm running out of things to say. I want to say a big thank you to everyone again for following us, for joining us online, for even if it's just today, if it's been all week. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you again to our hosts for a fantastic European Championships. Thank you to all the drivers, most importantly. We've had 6 amazing days racing out here. As the podium's going to be carried out to the track, 6 amazing days of racing here in Austria. It's been drivers have given us some great racing, and big thank you to all of them. Thank you to all of them for talking to us all week long. It's been great to feature so many of them in all of our clips. You can watch all our clips for all eternity at EFRA.ws or rcracing.tv, and of course we will have a full highlights package from those 3 A finals coming up later on. That's one of the Wendler brothers getting up onto the top step of the podium. He's not the champion, but it certainly should be congratulated for putting on this event. Absolutely first-class facility here in Austria, and I know the guys are looking forward to coming back here for the 1/8 off-road Euros in a few weeks' time. It won't be the same track. They'll use the full track. They'll use the extra loop at the back that's been fenced off for this event. But most of the track's staying the same for them, and the guys who've been here certainly got some good knowledge of what to expect. And we're going to stay with you here live for a few minutes' time, just while we work out what's going on. We wait for the prize giving is obviously the next thing on the schedule.
We're going to have to go and get into the media scrum.
Oh, Matt's got his microphone back on already, and we're looking at an empty rostrum there.
Austrian TV are here.
Right, Austrian.
They want to speak to the champion. They want to cover it for their viewers, so we're going to have to race them. We've already got the exclusive though, haven't we?
Yeah, we've already heard from your Neumann live on the stream, but I think we need to do some more filming to make that clip at the end of the day.
You talking about the size of these?
The size of the trophies. Look at
remarkable. They're almost half the size of a fully grown man.
Fully grown, and I think those are even the lower final trophies that are being brought out now. I mean, we spoke to
runners-up trophy, yeah. This is wow.
We spoke to Lee Martin after the two-wheel drive event, and he obviously got a rather large first place trophy to take home, and he did say that he hasn't actually got any more baggage space. We did offer to take it for him, but then realised we'd have to leave me behind. Whilst that seems good on principle, I would like to go to Valencia in a few days' time, and then the Worlds, and then everything else we're doing here at RC Racing TV throughout the summer. So
our baggage is so full, I've not even been able to have a shave all week.
Have you not?
Yeah.
I haven't changed pants for 3 days.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to say something.
Right. But a big thank you I want to say thank you to Matt and to Paul for putting up with me babbling on all week long, and somehow what?
It's these are the lower final trophies.
They
are the big ones.
Okay, but yeah, no, thank you to Matt and Paul for.
Oh my word, it's a sea of gold out.
Matt, I'm trying to say thank you to you. You can let me finish.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll do that first. Yeah, I'll say thank you to Matt and to Paul for editing all my videos down into something that sounded like English at least. Although I do want to point out here that we always have one video which takes us a ridiculous amount of time to make. And if you saw the news yesterday lunchtime that Matt was doing out on the balcony here, that did take you how many takes, Matt, to get that right?
Well, I'm not sure. It was live, so I think it was just one, wasn't it?
Well, it was live, was it?
Yeah, it was live.
It was lucky it was live, though. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Ollie says thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
Paul and Matt have been working really hard getting all the videos editing. We've been working till very, very late at night, and then rushing off to find something that's open, which has been pizza most nights. But we're not complaining about where we've been, are we?
Sorry, I'm just juggling.
Matt's juggling now. That's good. We'll have some. We won't have live juggling for you on the stream moment, but you can see the trophies there being lined up on the table. And no trophies for us to take home, but yeah, I want to say thank you to everyone for watching again. And it's been a great European Championships. Slightly marred by the weather yesterday, but a beautiful sunny day for today to bring you three. Well, the first two A finals, perhaps not the action at the front we may have wanted to see, but your Neumann proved that. Well, if you're looking for someone in four-wheel drive buggy now, just look at that. Just look at the German drivers. Matt, you got yourself mic'd up again now?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you nice and loud and clear.
Yes, I'm just watching the stripping down of the top buggies in.
Oh, right down in the scrutineering tent. What can you see down there, Matt? Can you describe what you can see?
I can see Hooper Honegal stripping down his buggy under the watchful eye of Paul Worsley and other officials here, taking it very seriously, as obviously they have to.
Yeah. Oh, we can see you on camera now, Matt.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Hi.
There's Matt in his P1 brand RC Racing TV shirt.
Yes.
Which you've managed to keep clean all week.
I have. Well, I've got 2 of them.
Ah, so you have. Is there a dirty one back somewhere?
Yes. Unfortunately, they're not reversible, so I can't turn it inside out as I usually would after the first day. But anyway, yes. You probably can't see in here, but
we can.
all of the A finals.
We can just see the first few buggies sitting on the edge of the table there.
Paul Bradby's car number 4.
Yep, and we can see a lot of bottles of. Is that a lot of bottles of beer that's sitting around there already?
There's some beer there. Don't worry about that. You know, it's just.
And we can see the useful can. We can see Bradders. We can see Firefox, and we can see Tom Cockrell. Those 3 buggies sitting there.
Yes.
Not the 3 buggies that are going to be on the podium, though.
No, and obviously they're the ones that they're paying the most attention to.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they would have already stripped down Jorn's buggy. And,
so if we sort of go through it, there's a lot of people that are going to have to be disqualified, unfortunately, for Cockrell to make it onto the podium. Finishing up 10th overall there for him.
Yes.
And Firefox, what an amazing last final for that driver.
Yes. Yeah.
Austrian driver, local favourite perhaps, and well,
you know, when the crowd comes alive, you know when they're a local driver because the crowd comes alive when they just make a challenge or they achieve something. So
yeah.
But
yeah, so he finishes 3rd in that last leg and 6th overall. Great result for the Austrian driver. But
yes. See, Scotty's waiting for the official announcement before he can announce it to the event.
Okay.
Lots of shaking of hands, possibly even autographs being signed.
Can you get me an autograph down there?
I can give you my autograph anytime.
No, I don't want your autograph.
Okay.
Unless it's at the bottom of a cheque.
On a cheque? No, he's not going to do that. No, he's saying no.
No, okay.
Yeah, so basically it's the quiet period where we're waiting for the official announcement where we can shout to the world, you know.
Well, tell you what, Matt, while we're waiting for some drivers and something to happen, really.
Yes, you want me to steal some trophies?
You can steal some. Do you want to walk over to the trophies and just pretend that you've won one of them?
Wow.
I don't know if you're going to be tackled to the ground.
I could be. There's a high level of security.
Slightly worrying. I'm just looking at the stuff coming on our live stream, and Andy Griff's comment, I don't know if I've missed some previous comments, were won food. Oh, are we talking about Ben Jemison? So he's won. Ben's result in that last one means he's won some food.
What sort of food?
I don't know. Go and find Ben.
Okay.
Do you want to go and find Ben?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, let's go and find Ben.
Yes.
Because he might be in the cornfield still, but probably not. Can you work out how to get out of the track now?
Yes, I'm just walking around into our black spot, so you may lose me.
Someone else saying you might have won a bottle of JD rather than food.
Bottle of JD?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll be
Well, let's see if he's been presented with it already, or if there is an official adjudicator.
And if he hasn't been, maybe you'd like to get them out on track and we can get it presented to him on track and we can film it for people watching on the live stream because obviously everyone.
He's packing away.
He's packing away.
Yeah, he's packing everything away.
Oh.
Ben, what's at stake in a fast race?
There wasn't.
I'm afraid we're losing you there, Matt. We can't quite hear.
More pride than anything.
Can I just bring it over here? We're just losing the radio. Have you got us?
Oh, that's much better. Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'll just ask you that question. Just what was at stake in the final race?
It was more pride than anything. I did offer to put money on the table, but he wasn't up for that because I think he knew.
Not ethical.
Well, no, I think he knew that he was going to get beaten. I'm afraid we're losing you again there, Matt.
He knew that he was going to get beaten. That's what it is.
Absolutely, yeah. When we were walking up the stairs, I could see him shaking, and he just looked as if he wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. He was worried, and I think maybe you psyched him out. Were you playing mind games with him?
Since like the start of the morning,
yeah,
we were playing mind games with each other.
Okay, so there's no food at stake. There's no bottle of JD at stake. There's no, anything.
Only pride in this game.
Pride.
Yeah.
You certainly deserve to have a lot of that. It's been a great week, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been really good. I've really enjoyed it. The track's been good, really well organised. So.
And of course, you've entertained in your own way on the track, haven't you? with some fantastic racing.
Yeah. Well, that B final was a lot of fun. I think the whole week's been really good.
What's next for you?
The next race for me is the Upa race back home, so that's on dirt as well. The first time running on the new dirt track, so we'll see how it goes.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Cheers. There you have it.
Oh, there we go. So an exclusive about Ben Jemison has won nothing.
No alcohol.
No alcohol. No food.
Just pride.
No. Talking of alcohol and food.
Yes.
It is lunchtime here in Austria.
Yes.
So whilst what do you want to do now, Matt? Do we want to get some lunch, or do you want to do anything else?
I think we're going to go and take a break. We're going to say thank you to everybody for watching. There is now, I think now the protest time is over. There's very little that we can.
So it is official then.
On things, is there?
No, I think that's okay. So it is official. Jörn Neumann is the European champion for 2012 in four-wheel drive buggy, and joined on the podium by his teammate Hopo Honegel and Darren Bloomfield finishing in third place. And I think that's a nice way for us to wrap up this live stream from here in Ferring.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to everyone.
I've been asked to help them get ready for the 1/8.
Have you?
Yeah.
That's a lot of work for you to do then.
You need to come down here. There's a brush for you to pick up as well.
Oh, right. Well, we've got work to do then.
So we're going to have to say goodbye now. I've got to start.
You can wave goodbye, Matt.
See ya.
That's Matt out on track. Thank you very much to Matt and to Paul for camera work as well. From me, Ollie Meggett in the commentary box. Thank you very much to everyone who's watched online. And we'll see you in a few days' time in Valencia for the last Scale Touring Car Euros. Hopefully you'll join us then. But from Ferring in Austria, from all of us here, goodbye.